Alright, I'm doing a test recording.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought Seaver was rad until like 2 seconds ago.
What?
Why did you always think I'm rad?
There's
I don't know.
no way.
I guess it's because I'm not active ever.
Rad? What? You're just
I
like
guess I'm
making fun
rad
of.
now.
You're making fun of Chaco, right?
No.
For mistaking the two.
Wait a second. Wait, this is
Why would I
E5?
make fun of Chaco for that? I always mistake Rad and Phoenix as well.
Phoenix isn't
Wait,
even
this
in
is
the
E5?
server.
He's
What the
not.
heck? This is E5? What?
I thought this was Kenny.
What?
With like the Sluggy profile picture.
Can you jump? Bruh. Okay, wait, I should, Yo.
Yo. You're clicking.
Oh wait shit.
You're not allowed to
What?
curse.
Shit.
What?
1 second. I didn't really consider the fact that I would need a mouse.
Oh my gosh. It's 7:03.
Is there a mouse on my desk somewhere buried under shit?
Maybe I should just keep in this test recording stuff. It's kind of funny.
Maybe I should. Oh wait, no, I've got it. Alright, 1 second.
It's been 1 second, moron. Can I hurry up? No one ever respects my time.
I'm back. I'm just gonna play with controller.
Controller.
I can find my controller easily. I don't know where my mouse is.
You need to download a mod for that though.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
It's Minecraft, dude. Come on.
There's no controller support for Minecraft.
There's no anything support for Minecraft.
Okay, I guess I'm finding the mouse. Alright, see you for a sec.
I'd have to render it in that case, whatever. I started recording. It's podcast time.
I have a good idea.
That means I can make something.
What's your idea?
I have a good way to end the podcast.
To end it?
Yeah, we'll wait. It's a thing I can build, and it'll be the end of the podcast.
Okay. So,
I don't know how long I want to make this. I don't mean the podcast, I mean this thing I'm building.
So, welcome to the Minecraft podcast too.
Welcome to the Minecraft podcast too.
Yeah. I'm Call4040. This is Mario12323, and that over there is Kenny Jump.
That's me. Wait, how many is this? I need that. No, stop! It's gonna be a pyramid. I can't have the sides. Can't be that long.
You do diamond. You do diamond.
No, okay, stop there. Yeah, that seems long enough. All right, we'll do it there. How many is that?
So yeah, did you guys watch my new video?
What?
Did you guys watch
I started
my new
it.
video?
I don't think I finished it because I got distracted by dinner.
What the fuck?
Wait, that's too much now. It's about to be like 10 diamonds, I think.
Oh yeah, it's one less, I'm pretty sure.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, there we go.
Is this gonna work out correctly once it converges?
That's what I'm working to ensure.
Yo, sick.
Wait, yeah. Alright, the next floor will be gold and copper.
Bruh.
I guess. Alright, here's
I need to turn off in-game music. Ruins the vibe. This looks terrible.
Yeah.
Are we starting the podcast?
We
I'm
started.
already recording, yeah.
Oh, this is epic.
Yeah, it's a real good podcast. We're talking about a lot. It's very interesting. So, chapter 1, the introduction to Marxism. Okay, well, our host seems to be asleep, so let's talk about something
I'm the
else.
host.
Yeah, you're the one who was gonna talk about Marxism.
I was joking.
What? No way, that was a joke. That wasn't a joke.
No, wait. Actually, no. Let's do a different set of colors for this one.
Okay, iron
We'll
and...
do three sets of colors. There's
Iron and emerald?
iron. Yeah, I guess that would be the other one.
I don't think there are any other, like, mineral blocks.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Where the fuck is the emerald block?
Here I have both.
I don't. Oh, that's it. I see.
Middle click them.
I got it. Why would that be in a different? Like all of the other ones were next to each other. This is also not how you build a pyramid.
So,
Oh wait, I need to rearrange.
what are you doing, Silver?
Somebody said their Minecraft launcher auto updated, and the new launcher is really bad. So
Yeah, we know.
So I just told them I'll help them with it later.
Yeah, you're doing
what's the
something
next
They
too
need it
important.
now. They need it now.
We're running out of like blocks to use. We have already used like all the ore blocks.
Yeah, we're
we
gonna
use-
restart from the first layer now.
No, let's use coal and lapis.
Oh,
No,
I
I
forgot
don't
about
think so.
those. Yeah, coal and lapis.
Coal
No.
and lapis.
No.
Why not coal and lapis?
No.
I think it should be coal and lapis.
All right, let's make
I
it gold
think
with lapis.
It's fucking stupid. We need to get rid of this
Yeah, I'm
one
making
block
my
of netherite.
fancy. I'm making my fancy fucking pyramid made out of metal and gems, out of fucking
Oh wait, there's also like
coal.
amethyst, right? Amethyst
No, that's
plants?
not an ore. That's not an ore. That does
well,
not
you said
count.
ore gems, so shut up, bitch.
Okay, well, don't forget redstone.
I know,
No.
I know.
I say the next layer should be redstone and slime blocks.
Slime, what? Why?
The next layer should be
thematically-
brick.
Okay.
Not even alternating. It should just be bricks.
Just bricks.
We can do that for the next one.
No, I think we should leave it alternating. I'm joking.
I should probably bring up one of my few topics, huh? Since we're doing literally nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
All right, let's make it bricks.
Yes. All right, next layer.
We'll go back to alternating now. The brick one will not be alternating.
Let's do sand and gravel. Don't worry, I'll make the supports.
No, let's do like some of these fucking weird ones, like weathered copper and oxidized copper.
We already have copper, though. That'd be so rude.
Wood and something else.
You ruined it.
I did.
See, wouldn't this be epic? Oh,
No.
let's alternate it grass block and podzol block.
No. I know. I know what we're doing for this one.
Like that.
Bruh.
No, this is what we're gonna do.
All right.
Right.
Oh no, you need to do like the whole like acacia thing.
Class!
You can see right in though.
Oh wait,
This is terrible.
You need to do it right.
Wow, this is awful.
exactly.
Holy fuck.
I mean, I was just gonna have it be two alternating things at first. What next?
I think we should do ancient debris.
Crimson
And-
hyphae, whatever the fuck that is.
That's a new nether thing.
Hmm.
Hyphae moment.
Oh, wait, that's not where it goes.
Okay.
Wait, I'm gonna make a door at the bottom.
Okay, we should use a lighter color because we've only been using dark ones, and I think it
Okay.
needs to go back to being light.
Oh,
I've
wait,
got,
where's
I think
I've
we should
got
use
ones that
calcite.
work really well together.
They better work so. Granite.
So the dimensions of this were slightly off.
Can we do calcite and deep slate?
Sure. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay.
Yes, that would be the top.
Why is there no way to just clear your inventory? This sucks.
There is. You shift tap on destroy item.
That's fake.
Shift? Why? I tried to double. Whatever.
Shift is like the keybind for like use a lot of. So like if you shift click a stack of blocks, then it sends over like the whole stack. Or like if you're crafting and then you shift click the recipe, it just auto crafts all and stuff like that.
I don't care.
I don't care. That's you.
Okay, so
Can I decorate the inside with something beautiful?
I don't see why not. I like this. Oh god,
Done.
how beautiful.
Oh, wait, how the fuck did we end? How did we did we end up with a 3x3 at the top? Or a 2x3, I mean, not a 3x3.
Because it was slightly wrong, I guess.
We need to change it. We need to fix it. It's gotta be a
No,
2x2.
too late.
Gotta be a
I'd rather
2x2.
not, actually.
I'm gonna do it.
Hold on, would that even work though?
Yeah.
What?
We just have to like we would have to like redo one of the sides of it completely.
You see, that's awful.
Yeah,
So
it would still
I vote
work.
no. Whatever, you guys can do whatever you want.
I also vote no. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Oh,
Bitch.
what was the thing here?
Why did you leave this alone? What the fuck you doing?
I don't know. What was it? What's the fucking block that's next to the crimson hyphae? Ancient debris.
Yeah. I filled it in, don't worry.
Okay.
Oops.
I'm glad that my trees are living a
correct
new
anyway.
life.
You're placing them wrong.
Oh god. Fuck wood. Wood is so annoying.
So yeah, it's been 3 years and 4 months, right?
3
Since
years
the
and
last
4
Minecraft
months.
podcast.
I know
That is
our
pretty
fans.
insane.
Our fans have been desperately waiting
Absolutely.
for the new entry.
Yeah, we
Big
promised them a
fans.
series.
We did.
And we're delivering. See, we're not liars.
That's true.
True.
So, last time on the Minecraft podcast, I know what we should put on the top.
Oh, green top.
But yeah, last time, Silver spoke about his deep, undying love for, Chris Raygun.
Really?
I don't know what that other. Okay.
You did talk
Fine.
about him, yeah.
Because I guess I've changed as a person.
I have
Because
to.
I don't have any.
For the flower.
I don't have any I guess I don't like Chris Raygun anymore. So I guess
Hey, who's that? Who is Chris Raygun?
he's a guy with, now I know, less than optimal political opinions. But
Describe
his
those.
channel was funny, I guess. So I don't care. I haven't seen his content in a very long time, so I actually can't describe him much. But he was sort of a contributor to the whole like distaste for feminism movement, which in hindsight I think was an overall bad thing. Not feminism. I think the distaste for feminism.
No, I understand. You hate women.
Like
Yeah, I
obviously,
think feminism was just such a terrible thing, honestly.
I think that obviously there were some stupid people, but they ended up being like a vast minority of the larger group, and then it associated like good values and good ideology with stupid people. So in hindsight, I don't really like Chris Ray Gun.
And so basically, this is why you're an anarcho-communist?
Maybe. Do we want to? Is that our segue into talking about consumerism?
No. What are you doing, E5? Stop.
Oh yeah, right.
You just.
Tell me I'm at least putting the diamonds on the right one. Yeah, okay. Wait, there's nothing here. Alright, there we go. Hell yeah. This is better.
But yeah, I was gonna bring up how we've all changed in those past 8 years, but before we actually describe how like ourselves have changed, I guess, I feel like it would be funnier to guess how the others have changed before they actually explain.
Okay, that seems fun, although I don't know anything about E5, and as far as I can tell, he seems identical.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. E5 seems literally the same.
Different.
Like he hasn't changed in the slightest. At least from what I can tell. How have you? Or no, I guess we should save that. No, actually,
Yeah.
how have you changed, bitch?
Me?
E5.
Yes.
In what way?
Good answer.
That's what we're asking.
Like, in what regards? I mean, 2018. Okay, I guess my politics have changed.
Yeah.
So what were your politics and what are they now?
I guess I was probably just like a lib.
And now you're a hardcore. What's a good keyword to get this demonetized?
Communist works.
Demonetized, as if I'm ever gonna be monetized. As if I'm gonna fucking let that happen. I don't want to be monetized.
I wish you could make triple doors.
Emma,
we need to expand it out one more block in 2 directions so that we can have double doors that are in the.
What were you gonna say, Silver?
I feel like the last time me and you talked, Emma, you were a closeted but somehow kind of out post-ironic furry, or like general like a part of that. I just remember the sense of humor we had on the old
So yeah, when I okay, so first of all, I know E5 was there for this. He read this shit, but back in July, I think, maybe August, I posted like a really lengthy ramble about my identity and all that of this year, or not this year, I guess last year, because it's 2022 now.
2022.
Anyway, I posted that. It was basically just a desperate attempt to help me feel less shit about myself, which didn't succeed.
Oh.
And now, there's just a bunch of shit I wrote there, which I regret. But one of the responses to that from Milk was that it came across heavily as though I was projecting or something. I can look up the specific message, I guess. Fuck it.
Sorry to interrupt, but
go ahead.
Ziva, this is the same. The thing I just placed here. That's the same as this, right? Like
what?
What is this block here?
This block
the
is
2 blocks on the
slate.
top level, like the 2 types.
Deep slate and calcite.
Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
Nice. Emma, did you find it? Because I was just gonna mention something.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, I feel like the biggest difference I've noticed is that the last time we talked, it felt like post irony, and now it feels like embrace, which is, I feel like, healthier. But also, I still am not too caught up with you, so we'll need to see.
It felt like post-iron. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I can't find this. Discord search features suck. So anyway, yeah, so I think Milk had said like it seemed like I was projecting insecurity with all are you making an upside down one on the top now?
Yes.
Okay.
Based epic.
But
Okay,
he
continue.
said it felt like given what I had mentioned in that post in July or August, that the whole time I had been projecting insecurity or whatever. Ooh, you're making it the inverse. I like that.
Nice.
And I didn't respond to it at the time because I kind of felt too shit. I kind of felt like too shit about it to feel as though it was worth it, but I wholeheartedly do not believe that it was like. I don't think that came from participation or a desire of participation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I sincerely had zero interest in furry shit. I still kind of don't, for the most part. It's like,
Okay.
obviously not that clear cut, but I'll try to get into
Yeah,
that,
you're
I
a
guess.
furry. Yeah, don't worry. I get it. I get what you're saying.
But so okay. Before I would absolutely maintain that that was just dumb shit posting because I never held any actual interest in that stuff. And this whole this whole deer thing came out of fucking nowhere. This, or I guess last April. But I don't think there were any like it just wasn't present before then. So I really don't think that it was something that I always knew about in some capacity, but kind of tried to suppress or anything.
It makes sense.
Anyway.
Yeah. Interesting. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of other ways that change has happened in general.
I guess before then. What are you doing, E5, by the way?
Trying to find what the fuck the blocks are that
You
made
can
me
middle
Yeah,
click the block.
just middle click them.
Oh, okay.
So
That works.
as for right now,
Oh, yeah. I need to make sure that it doesn't. Sorry.
as for right now, I wouldn't really consider myself. I didn't notice that this had a subtle animation on it until now. That's cool.
What?
This like red block has a subtle animation on it.
Oh yeah, there's a
It's
few
like
blocks there.
pulsing.
Oh yeah. I didn't notice that until you just mentioned it, but that's pretty cool. That's why it needs all of the RAM.
That's why
Or just for that one animation.
I've been birthed.
Bruh.
Can you opt me?
No. I would rather not,
Please?
frankly.
Please?
So anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm still like not much a fan of the furry aesthetic, you know? But deer are pretty good. So that's
Yeah, so what you're saying is that what you're saying is
I would love to fuck animals.
I'm a furry, but I'm one of the good ones.
Yeah, I'm respectable. Anyway, yeah, you can go back to pondering the changes.
Pondering the changes. Yeah, can you opt me?
No, fuck off.
It'll be so good.
Why?
It'll contribute to the podcast and also enable command blocks.
They're
How do
on.
I like, do I press something while I'm putting down the wood to determine which direction it goes, or is it just where, like, what you place it on? Do I have to put shit under it to make
I
it go
think it's
up?
just your facing angle.
Let's see if
it's-
command blocks are activated.
They are.
Good. I need to test it though.
If you just needed to spawn one in, I could have done that.
No,
you know?
you can't. I can't use it unless I'm an operator.
Oh,
Wait, so how do I put a wood thing going upwards without putting something under it?
There's a long way to do it, but just
Wait,
putting something under it is easier.
can you just?
Okay.
Oh, what the fuck?
There's a thing called a debug stick where if something is already placed, you can click on it and it
I'm
changes
just
the
gonna
properties.
put
But
glass all around first, though.
it's annoying. All right, well, I'm gonna start working on the thing I was planning on working on.
Well, E5, how do you think I've changed?
What? Like the changes you just discussed, or just in general, or me changing? Like be a bit more specific.
How do you think I have changed since the first Minecraft podcast?
Well, now I know you're a girl, so that's a bit different, I would say.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't mention that. What the heck? You needed command blocks to build an Among Us?
No, it's what I'm gonna do with the Among Us.
I really wish I hadn't picked the floor to make it wood. It's really fucking annoying.
There, you're done. No more wood.
Oh, now we get to the easy one, brick. It's just all brick.
I'm not gonna discuss this on here, but I do want to know for reference.
Alright, I mean, I guess I'll just get started on the next one.
God, this is already so much better than the first one. We're actually talking about stuff.
So,
Um,
no, wait.
but yeah, I don't think I should mention that.
Okay.
I could type something about it. Yes, I'll.
Yeah, in the Minecraft chat, so it ends up in the video anyway.
Minecraft chat.
Nope. Figured out the problem.
Anyway, I just want to know if I had mentioned or explained that to any degree. Please do not actually talk about it.
No. I do not know much about it.
Okay.
I mean, obviously you explained it to me, I don't know when.
Did I?
To some extent, at least, yeah.
Alright.
Hi.
You sure are making black concrete?
I very much am. So this is -1.
But yes. My changes in the past while. I mean, yeah, I guess just to be certain, do either of you have anything else you could add to that?
Not really.
I've in general been pretty like void and inactive, so I don't have a lot of info.
That's it.
To work from.
I think you did touch on a rather big thing that I've been trying to change in my general sense of humor, and by extension, my personality. Wow, this renders weird. I'm assuming that's an Optifine thing.
What's Optifine?
It's a mod that like makes the game not optimize like shit.
I see.
I considered telling you about it, but I figured you probably wouldn't want to bother installing it, even though you just
Fair
download an installer and run it.
Well, then maybe I would have.
Is the game running like super poorly, or?
No, it's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, I've been trying to overhaul my sense of humor and behavior in many ways.
Yeah, I think that's good.
And I hope that that's noticeable.
Yeah, I think that's good because you sucked.
Yeah, your humor was awful.
Yeah. I was a piece of shit. I said that as a joke, but no, I just was.
Yeah, you're like the sloppy steaks guy from I Think You Should.
Wait, what?
Never mind.
Okay.
Just a reference to a like fucking sketch from a sketch show on Netflix.
Be careful, don't break the middle. Keep the middle.
What? Why are these grass blocks staying?
I guess they could be another block, but
Okay.
I need a little platform.
You're almost done here, bud.
Yeah. Oh god, what am I gonna make? Like, should I even fill the top?
No.
Like, not fill, but just like cover. I meant.
No.
Fair enough.
I've also been trying to just develop, thanks. I've been trying to develop, artistic skills further. I guess is the other, like, major-ish thing. You could call it that.
Nice.
And I'd say I've gotten a good bit better at video editing. I don't know if either of you watched, Carly Brown, the video that I made for Carl.
I watched a little bit of it.
I am not sure.
That's probably my best video. It's
Like, when did it come out?
late September 28th, specifically.
I see. Yeah, I don't know. That's too long ago. I don't know if I watched that.
Unlucky.
Yeah, you'll never guess what I'm gonna do next.
Damn. What are you gonna do next?
You'll never guess.
You'll never.
You're gonna build
guess.
Borderlands 2 pixel art as a tribute? You're
Yeah.
not gonna build another fucking... You can only invert it once. That's just
I know.
back to
I'm
the
trying to line
original
it up with the
sucks.
original now.
Literally just invert it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Good. Bitch. Alright,
True.
well, I'll get started on the next one.
Nice.
The next layer, rather.
The next podcast. that was the end of this one. This is the next. Now we're starting a new one.
Right, yeah. Next episode starts now. That said, E5, given that Silver set up the first one and I set up this one, if there's ever a third...
Yeah, no way. I'm not saying no way to there ever being a third. I'm saying there's no way I'm setting it up.
Well, guess there's never gonna be a third.
Alright.
Sorry, fans.
Alright, fans.
Dude, I can actually, like, upload this one publicly. It's gonna be epic.
Epic.
True. Oh yeah, the other one didn't have... Wait, why didn't the other one get uploaded? What was in it?
I don't remember. It's been 3 years.
Fair enough.
You can do the coal and lapis one. I'm gonna do the other one.
Nice.
Calm down.
I messed up.
Yeah, you really did.
I
You're the
messed up.
Minecraft podcast too. You fucked up.
Whoops, I hit a button before I was supposed to.
What did you
do? You didn't notice that?
That was supposed to happen with the Among Us. It was supposed to happen at the end of the podcast.
You fucking moron.
You're gonna need to roll back.
How do I do that?
I don't know, through Eternos.
What,
Shut it down and then reopen it.
Can you stop this?
No, that's the whole point. Is it supposed to be the Among Us virus?
Oh my fucking god.
Is this gonna destroy some of the work we've done on this thing then?
I hope not. I'll join you guys and help rebuilding.
Okay.
How much of this is gonna be gone? Not much, right? Like
I have no clue, and I'm really sorry.
Wait, am I supposed to rejoin now or before?
You can
Or,
rejoin
not
it
before, later.
because
Yeah,
I
you
need
have to refresh.
Wait, so tell me when to. So wait, do I hit
I
refresh?
need to restart the server or the server. I don't know why I worded it like that. The server needs to start back up. Give it a bit.
Okay.
This is really funny.
Is
By
it?
really
Ruined
funny,
my
I
work
mean
of
it's
art.
really bad. That was a terrible mistake.
Yeah, it was.
It was supposed to
Give
be
me
at the
control box or
end.
whatever.
I'm so
Dumbass.
stupid.
So yeah, I've also improved substantially at writing, I would say, and I've actually written things. So I'm pretty happy about that. I would still like to get into drawing, and yeah, I think that's it for like the stuff that I really want to get into. So it's up.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm gonna need to give
I
you a
guess
new.
the way I've changed is that I finally had a term with decent marks in school. Never happened before.
Sick.
I don't know.
I feel like there's something's wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm floating in space.
Oh no. Also, here's the new IP.
Oh.
Oh wait, it's a new server. What?
No, it's not. It's not. It's unknown host. Oh, you love to see that, huh? Is it still going? Fuck.
Did it save over? Man, usually when things crash it deletes the last like 5 minutes.
It didn't crash. I ended it because you said I should close the server.
Oh, because of E5? Or
What
did I
does any
say
of
it?
this have to do with
Sure.
me?
Yeah, what did E5 say? Wait, what?
Like, I'm not the one controlling the server. I'm not the one who did shit with
Yeah,
control blocks. I don't know how I could possibly
It's still
relate
going.
it to.
It's still going.
Still going.
This is a very unfortunate day.
I have
What?
turned
The
off
thing
command
just like.
blocks.
Well, you can always turn off command blocks.
I just did.
Like, yeah.
Wait, so wait, it says can't connect to server. It like in the menu.
Should
So I assume if I try to connect.
Should I restart again? It thinks there
I
are
don't
2
know.
players. I'm gonna restart again.
I joined, but then I left because it wasn't working.
My lord.
If you turn off command blocks, I'm pretty sure like the lag stops.
I turned them off. I think I need to restart though because it had a billion things to process.
Yeah. Whoops. Whoopsie doopsie.
This goddamn dumbass.
How else have you changed outside of like politics and doing better in school? E5?
Not much.
Thought so.
Yeah. He didn't even talk about his politics. Come on, tell me about your politics.
We can get into that later when the consumerism thing happens, because that's relevant.
Fair enough.
But yeah, as far as I can tell, Silver has just the only ways he's really changed is, I guess, one, not watching Chris Ray Gun anymore.
I ain't watching Chris Ray Gun anymore.
Oh, that yeah. Actually, that's a way I've changed too. I am also not watching Chris Ray Gun anymore.
That's not a change. Anyway. Fucking hell. Okay, it's up. Let me get. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's the same. Whatever.
Oh hell yeah.
Oh man. You see, I wish I did it with the Among Us mistake, because now we would have had a wall of Among Us, but now I just have a stupid wall of abstract grass blocks.
So yeah, he's gotten better at drawing, and he's made some small games, and he's accepted that he can't finish projects.
Sometimes I can.
Oh yeah, finish one right now.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? My politics has changed a lot, but I guess we're saving that for a later segment.
Alright.
I'm always trying new mediums. I've kind of stopped trying to make games and try to learn mediums right now. That's sort of what I'm doing.
No, this is the brick one. Oh, I see. You're doing the one above it.
Yeah.
Right,
And
are you? Okay, I see. Yeah.
I'll come back to making games when I'm done with my computer science degree.
What languages are you learning?
Whatever they're gonna teach me. For first semester of introductory computer class, we just learned Python, which is not very applicable to like game development. But I mean, whatever.
Imagine writing a fucking game in Python.
True.
It's possible, but
I feel
I'm
like
not
it would
going.
be a pretty slow game if it was like had any kind of things it wanted to do.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Physically, I don't change much. I've sort of stayed the same body shape the entire.
Same body shape. As if that was
body
gonna
shape
change.
hasn't changed. Nah, I don't know. I feel like oftentimes people look really different over years. I know a lot of people who look a lot different than they did like 3 years
Yeah,
ago.
like have you seen like Ralph Macchio in the Karate Kid 1 version? He looks like shit in the third.
I remember you referencing the Karate Kid shit so long ago. And I forgot that was an integral E5 character trait, you know?
Wait, shit, I think I fucked this. I think this one is... Yeah, I think the layer I just did is the wrong way.
Is the wrong.
Yeah, it's the wrong way. Fuck.
It's the wrong. don't know.
Cringe. What that? No, that was right. I just placed it.
Oh, shit, sorry.
I have this like anxious worry that I'm gonna go through my computer science degree and leave not knowing anything about computer science.
Huh.
Man, I don't even know what computer science means.
Me neither.
I was hoping that I'd finish computer science and
This is the
be able to
worst.
do things.
I'm breaking this stuff, by the way.
No,
Aww.
you can't.
Sorry, I did.
Break it at the
I
end.
really wanted. I really wanted.
Leave my masterpiece here.
No, not your thing. The fucking Amogus
Oh.
generator.
Oh, okay,
I
good.
love the Amogus generator.
Why are there
You'll
animals?
never guess what I'm gonna do.
Are you gonna? You should like build one underground. Like
That
below.
seems like a lot of like fucking like breaking blocks. I don't feel like doing that.
It'll keep you occupied.
Yeah, but still just building another one on top.
You bring up something interesting though. I don't know if you wanted to elaborate on that, Silver, but you can if you want.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like after my first semester, I was getting grades rather than learning, and I'm gonna try to not do that for the other semesters.
I mean, personally, for me, how I've learned about this is just like working on open source projects and fucking around with stuff. I learn a lot that way.
Yeah, I assume that if I'm to get good at game development, it'll be entirely self-done. But I do really just want to learn things and not and be less tempted to try to get good grades. And focus more on actually learning the content. I feel like it's a really, really easy trap to just get good grades. Because ultimately, those good grades, like in high school, do whatever you need, right? Get good grades, because that's what's going to get you into college. But
also, like in terms of computer science, don't trust that your prof. They often have no fucking clue about anything about computers.
You cut out a little.
I said, in terms of computer science, don't trust that your prof knows what they're talking about. Like, just take everything they teach with a grain of salt and double check it online, because so much of it is wrong and bad.
I mean, yeah, I trust the professor I had last semester. It's just that I was like, I'm gonna get an A in this class, and then I didn't worry, and then I realized he was teaching new stuff, and I was like, it'll be on Chegg. which is like a really, really bad mentality because I'm used to high school. Because like high school, there's a practical reason to have your grades as high as possible. But now in college, it doesn't matter what my grades are anymore as long as they're not failing.
I wish I could have that. I
What
want to
I
be a doctor, so grades matter a lot.
well maybe, but like for
Well,
me,
maybe,
it's like
probably not.
Yeah, no,
Dumbass.
I wasn't saying it's different for you. I was saying I wish my grades.
oh well, yeah. But also, what I'm about to say does still apply to you, which is that the thing that you want out of college is skill, not grades.
That's not
If you
true.
have grades and
That
you're
doesn't
not
apply to
actually
me.
qualified,
I don't have to be qualified for anything. I'm gonna if I'm gonna be a doctor, I'm gonna go to med school, and that's where I'll actually learn the shit that
oh yeah,
makes me
that's true.
qualified.
Yeah. So I need to start developing those programming skills. And I don't know.
Yeah, have you ever heard of this programming language called C?
I need to learn C.
Yeah.
I also want to learn Java. Today I was gonna learn how to I don't know. I've done modding Minecraft before, but I've only ever added blocks because modifying things and changing the way things works means I actually have to like write code instead of copying and pasting. Which in programming, copying and pasting is how you do most things, but now it needs
That
to be
is
like,
that is how I do most things. That's true.
but now it needs to be like insightful, and I need to understand. I need to have insight into what I'm copying and pasting, right? Not just how do I make a block? All right, I'll copy everything, swap out textures. You know, like that's what I've been doing.
I see.
So yeah, I want to learn all the fun stuff. I know people who know how to mod. I just feel really bad asking them to teach me. Because all of the skills that I've learned, like Blender, I learned because somebody offered to teach me, not because I went and asked. Every time I went to go to ask, it never ends up working. They just don't have the time or passion to help, and I completely understand why. But I just need to make more programming friends.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Anything on your mind? Thinking about topics to talk about?
I meant to mention, like, I don't know when this started. I think it was probably sometime in 2020, but I've had this weird, almost imposter syndrome regarding friends where I kind of constantly feel like my relationship with them or my chemistry with them is probably on the decline. And I think that's strongest with you two, actually, because you were like really big friends in 2018 and kind of 2019, and I guess E5 in some sense during 2020 while we were wrapping up Borderlands 2.
Yeah, true.
But, you know, I haven't been all that close to either of you in a long time, and so it feels like there's this constant sort of assumption that now, or I've probably just changed to the point where it just wouldn't really work. And so even going into this, I was expecting to barely talk about anything and it would be a failure because I'm just not confident that that sort of thing would work out.
No, I'm like 100% confident in our ability to hold a conversation and have like dynamic.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, yeah, we do obviously talk less than we did back in 2018, 2019. I think that we're still pretty good friends.
I'd like to be more active. I don't know. I feel kind of bad. I do feel kind of bad because I don't know. I just want to do so many things too, though.
I mean, you have no obligations to to do this sort of stuff, and
but also I really enjoy it too, though.
I mean,
I
yeah,
fondly
but
remember JJ shenanigans.
fondly remember Fortnite funny moments.
Fortnite funny moments is probably the proudest thing in my little heart.
Honestly, I might I might kind of agree with that because that's what really kickstarted my interest in editing. Because before then, I had only ever like before then I had only ever edited like really minimalist Terraria stuff. But making those highlights and then sort of continuing that and getting more experimental with it. I don't know, that kind of started that whole thing, and it also just I'm gonna be real, that was probably like one of the worst one of the worst periods of my life. Like the whole of the first half of 2018 and Fortnite Funny Moments was something of a turning point in a sense. So yeah, I can agree with that.
Nice.
Yeah, I love Fortnite funnies. I love just
I mean,
goofing off
obviously, I was
before.
not involved in Fortnite funny moments.
You
I like
were
Fortnite
involved
funny.
with Fortnite 2 Funny Moments too.
Yeah.
That was like equally as pivotal. Cause it
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
I'm just saying, 'cause, like, that was the specific
yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, Emma.
Yeah.
Very unlike me, but I have played Fortnite. And maybe
I'm
we should
sorry,
play Fortnite and
but just
complete the Fortnite saga. Fortnite Funny Moments saga.
all three of us should play Fortnite.
We should all
No.
play Fortnite.
Hey, with Choco too, so that all of the people in the
God,
fucking
I was
Fortnite
gonna fucking
moment
mention that
videos.
me, you, and Choco E5 were like the fucking boys back in the day. That shit was so much fun.
I miss
Yeah.
Choco.
Damn, I don't
Is
miss
he
He's
not in
been
his
Choco.
dead.
server?
I feel so.
Hmm.
Is Choco around?
Oh yeah, Choco's very much around.
That's cool.
He'll just join voice randomly whenever he's available and people are in there.
Say something completely irrelevant, then leave.
I just fucking remembered the reason that he quit the Borderlands 2 playthrough.
You didn't remember that?
Like, I remembered it, but I wasn't thinking about it. But it just popped into my fucking head. Oh my fucking god, that was so funny.
I was gonna mention
Fucking fire was too
he dodged a bullet so fucking hard too.
yeah.
What happened? Wait,
Oh, you don't know? You
I
don't
do
know
not
about the
know.
Borderlands playthrough?
I do not.
Like, you don't even know of it, or just the
Okay,
thing we're talking about with it?
that's a good question actually. Did you know of it, or is this the first you've like heard of it?
Oh, I know about the Borderlands playthrough. I don't know anything about any details about anything.
Okay, so it was just
So
me and Emma, but
let
initially
me
Choco
hold
was
on.
okay.
Yeah.
You can tell it.
So initially, right, me, Chaco, and E5 start up a Borderlands 2 playthrough. This is like late 2018, November, in fact. And we're just like, yeah, this is gonna be fun. I was like, okay, I'm gonna like try and make this something of a hybrid between like highlights and kind of informative edited stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so like an hour in to our first recording, Choco quits the game to play Spelunky.
As God intended.
And then not long after, I find out that my mic had been muted for like an hour and a half. So
What a tragedy.
That wasn't why
so
he quit, right?
no, that wasn't why he quit.
Okay.
That was mentioned after, because like it wasn't. It's not that my mic was muted globally. It's that it was inversed between Discord and OBS, so everyone in the call could hear me, but I wasn't audible in the recording.
I see.
How tragic.
So yeah.
Also, use waxed copper. By the way, I'm going and waxing all of it.
Okay.
Wait, why? Oh, it'll
It
oxidize,
oxidizes.
yeah.
And we already have oxidized copper on another layer.
It does have a bit.
Replace it.
Leave it, I think it adds charm.
So anyway, that whole mic thing and Chaco leaving just kind of...
This is not wax.
It ruined my plan for...
Oh, this is copper, right?
It ruined my plan for the video, which is why the first one was called False Ascent. But I
Oh.
still intended, like, every 3 recordings making a video out of it as we went along. But then I made 2 within, like, 3 months. Or no, I made 2 videos within, like, 6 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, it was... I got, like, super tired of making highlights. But, you know, we were done the first section of the playthrough, because it's divided into 3 sections. The first... It has, like, 3 in-game playthroughs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we did the first playthrough. We were on to the... You fucked it up. So we were on to the second playthrough. That took a little bit longer than the first, but not too much longer.
Did I mess them up?
And
We were
we finished the first playthrough about, like, 2 months after, maybe it was 3 months, I don't know.
What
3 months
happened
after we started it, what?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, we finished the first playthrough, like, 3 months after we started it, just because I had, like, mic problems, and it just took a while to get around to.
Mm-hmm.
But, the second playthrough took us from... We just took a huge hiatus from the game for some reason, right? So we
It fucking sucks.
after the first playthrough, we didn't
Yeah, no,
quite know that.
No, yeah, I'm
So, we take a hiatus from, like, February 4th to fucking late June, right? Of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And then from June of 2019 until, February of 2020, we slowly chip away at the second section of the playthrough, which again was a little bit longer than the first. It was like, 25% longer. And for the third section of the playthrough, the first 2 combined were like 40 hours, roughly, right?
Mm-hmm.
The third section was like 85 hours of pure fucking agony. And we played.
It was fucking horrendous.
We played almost every single fucking day from like March 17th until May 1st to get through it.
Wow.
It was borderline unbearable.
Can't believe they have that fucking mode in the game at all. It's a
Yeah,
war crime.
yeah, it's... So that's why Chaco dodged a bullet, because he didn't have to go
That's
through
not
that.
why he quit.
That's not why he quit, but it is why he dodged a bullet.
Did we say why he quit yet?
Oh yeah, he
Okay.
quit. He quit. He said he quit
You're
because the
acting-
fire was too bright.
The fire in a fucking cave in one of the fucking
You're
Borderlands.
acting like a week in, he wouldn't just quit. And like stop joining sessions.
Well, a weekend would have been
Yes.
after we finished the first section.
I mean, he still would have quit. I feel like he would quit at any moment.
He probably would have quit after that, because then our play became like super fucking irregular.
He would probably quit within the first 30 minutes.
Oh my god, yeah, could you imagine like trying to fucking coordinate with 3 people for the playthrough?
Oh
No, I
god,
think-
I'd have to carry Chaco too. Probably be worse. He was playing
no,
on
my-
controller! I
The fire was
completely
too
forgot.
bright.
How would he have been able to crit stack? He couldn't have done that. There's no fucking way that Choco could
Oh
have
yeah,
crit stacked.
that's true.
So he would have been worthless.
Yeah.
That sounds really good. Reminds me of when we played Terraria.
What? Anyway, this is actually related to something I was gonna bring up though, because a little over 3 years later, I'm still working on this fucking highlight series for this playthrough. Once I was talking to E5 about this the other day, but I've been editing through like this one recording with actually I shouldn't say, but I have to cut out a lot for a specific reason. And after I do like a second pass soon enough, then I'll have officially uploaded the first the first part of that third section, and I'm gonna try to edit the whole thing as consistently as possible. Which hopefully won't take all too long, but I guess this has sort of come it's come with a feeling of hanging on to something unnecessarily in a way. I kind of feel strange still working on this thing that literally happened. It started not even a month and a half after Fortnite 2 Funny Moments 2 was released. And
That is pretty long.
here I am in fucking 2022, still working on it.
I admire the dedication.
I mean, I guess there's that. That's
I work
another
on things
thing I
for a
guess
whole
I can...
weekend. Sometimes, the vast majority of the times my projects end before they start.
I know. I guess E5 probably doesn't. We can talk about that later, though.
Yeah.
Wait, why
well,
not now?
Because I'm not done.
Oh,
Done
okay.
with him.
Yeah, I don't know. On one hand, like, yeah, I guess it is some solid dedication or whatever, but it's also like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Why would you break that? That's where the grass is supposed to go.
Yeah, but I haven't finished the layer around it. I need to get back in here.
The grass is really hindering your ability.
I thought it was.
Again, though, like, it just feels odd. I'm kind of just repeating the same thing over and over, but it's hard to explain why this is weird to me. I guess it just feels like it's from a bygone era almost. And I'm in a sense like dwelling on this thing that just isn't relevant or important to anyone anymore.
I mean, I'm gonna watch it.
I was actually wondering that. I didn't think to ask that during this though for some reason. Good to know
No,
that.
of course I'll watch it.
I mean, I don't know, you fucking...
This looks pretty sick.
I've been
This looks pretty
making...
sick. I like this thing.
I've been making these highlights for years, and so there was like no guarantee to me that you would give a shit anymore.
I mean, yeah, but I was part of the playthrough. How can I
I mean, I guess, but...
never guess what I'm gonna do?
You fucking... Are you serious? Okay. I guess that was another part of it, though, of why it like feels weird to still be working on this. Is that I feel like everyone involved probably just wouldn't, or I guess I felt like everyone involved probably just wouldn't care anymore, because like it's, you know, it's probably stale by now, and it's like I'm getting to this so fucking late that it's like, why even bother? Even with Pareidolia, like that was you know, 14 months after the last recording of that section
That's pretty long.
is when I released that. Exactly 2 years after fucking obligatory fulfillment. The end of the first section. Whatever. Anyway. I guess it just feels a bit like everyone's probably putting it this way, I feel like this is a really common problem actually, but it feels like everyone has probably been like growing up and growing out of these things, and I'm still here.
Yeah, speaking
Fucking
of growing, how old are you?
well, I just started high school, so I'm I'm 14
If you just started high
or
school, I'm very
15.
concerned.
15? I think it's 15. Yeah, I was 15 when
No.
I started grade 10.
Oh, great. What would starting grade 10 is high school?
Starting grade
Yeah,
9 is high
in
school.
Nova Scotia, it's primary to 6 elementary. Junior high is 7 to 9, and then high school is 10 to 12.
Yeah, okay, that's
Dang.
fucked up and wrong.
That's a war crime too.
Yeah. The fuck goes to high school and it's not 4 years?
Shut up, bitch. One thing I will say about pareidolia though is I don't
Love
think
the
I
prickle
can
hair.
bring myself to watch it at this point because it's so heavily tied to something. You can probably infer.
I don't remember what's in Paradise. I can't.
There were a lot of references to inside jokes with someone,
I see.
and
So yeah, I can
yeah,
infer.
and yeah, now I'm a furry, so no, that's relevant. What I'm talking about, I'm fucking stupid. Whatever. Yeah, what were you gonna say, Silver? I think you were gonna say something
Oh,
about
there's
projects.
I would actually I have a different topic that I'd like to talk about.
Damn, Zam.
Zam. One thing I've realized is I've been through a lot of different friend groups. Like some of them I've just sort of like not been active in. Other of them have died despite my desperate efforts to keep them going.
This is sounding like some prime material for an ego trip.
What?
This is sounding like some
No.
for me, not for you.
Oh. I've seen friend groups just like stop
French groups.
happening, and I've realized because like there's a lot of because okay, I used to be in like a map making team way back when. I guess that's the only group I've been in who I'm no longer friends with the people in that group. But like even JJ is one that I kind of stopped being active in. And I want to be more active in it.
So
But what I was
not
getting at,
so in that case, not despite your best efforts.
well, I mean, JJ is still kind of active. Um,
Well, that's my point.
yeah.
But like I'm mostly just fucking.
I don't know. In my entire personality is like hinged on a lack of ability to stick with something. But
I feel like
Oh
you
wait,
and
fuck.
E5 can probably relate on that.
Wait. Okay, a while back, like in this call, like, CV, you said something like I don't remember what the statement was, but you led into it with something like, "I know this isn't like me," or "This I know this seems out of something like." I don't remember the exact phrasing. God damn it!
I said, I know this is very unlike me, but I played Fortnite.
Oh yeah, okay. what what I thought of when you said that was like, could you imagine someone coming out like that? Like, I know this isn't like me, but I'm gay.
This is very unlike me, but I'm actually gay. Yeah.
I was fucking munching a snack for that.
I was hold on. I was taking this somewhere. Oh yeah.
sorry.
Like I feel like I have like the opposite problem of like not being able to move forward. I think I move forward at a brisk pace. And I think when it comes to working on projects, it's very bad. But ultimately, with friend groups, I feel like it's been a positive experience because after these friend groups stop being inactive, I look back and or in hindsight, I look out and I realize I'm still friends with all of these people individually, right? I could easily message them, and they'd be down to talk and be interested. And I feel like that's been an overall really positive experience. And I don't know. I've been in many different like groups, all with really different ideologies and opinions and senses of humor, and I think it's helped me grow as a person. My philosophy is listen to everyone. Like, no matter how wrong somebody is, it doesn't hurt to listen, because at the very least, you'll listen and one, improve an understanding of why you think they're wrong, or like it'll help you understand that you are right better, or you'll realize that you're wrong. Like, those are the two outcomes of listening to somebody you disagree with, and they're both positive in my eyes.
I disagree because I already know I'm right, and I already know there's no reason for me to ever hear what anyone else has to say.
And ultimately, if this is something I've experienced this, and I vouch that it's true, which is that if you want to change somebody's opinion who you believe is wrong, no matter how like
Just
awful of a
insult
take
them.
it
Just
is,
insult them constantly.
no matter how awful their take is, coming at it from a perspective of I understand or I am willing to listen to you is way more effective, no matter how wrong you think it is.
Yeah,
Just saying like, I'll
that's just
listen to you. I
basic
think you're a human
communication.
being.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
not basic, but that's the basics of communication, which are not very apparent to many people.
And because of that, I have a lot of different friends with a lot of different ideologies and opinion. I don't let that get in the way of friendship, and I also don't let stupid ideologies like creep their way into my life because of that. That's something that you need to be careful about. I think being aware of pipelines is a good way. It's like a prevent. What is the word I'm looking for? It helps being aware of how things works, makes it safer to do that as well. I feel like a stupid person should not listen to a flat earther argument, because then they'll they might convert. But with the right mentality, I think it's very healthy to have friends with people you disagree with, and be challenged often.
Why be challenged by opinions when you can be challenged by gaming?
Yeah, gaming. But anyways, yeah, having moving between friend groups.
I gotta go for
think is
1
a
second.
positive.
Like, I'm just gonna mute myself. I'll be back in a sec.
Alright.
Yeah, but segueing out of that, I think going back to the friend groups that you have since moved on from is very cool and healthy and fun. And I want to make my old relationships, even people who I haven't talked to since living in the friend group, I think it's very valuable to go back and foster those.
Yeah. I guess first, just to be sure, are you done that whole, I guess?
Yeah, I don't have anything else
Okay.
to really say.
I have the opposite, or not. Okay. So you said that you move on from like projects and stuff, like you're moving too fast, and you
Yeah.
have the opposite problem of like people who get stuck with things for too long.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I have both problems because either I spend literal years on something that no one even cares about anymore, like with this Borderlands thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Hello. A way fucking better example actually is a Luigi Kid's Vengeance 2. I made this god awful fucking like god awful Mario Brothers X thing for a YouTuber in 2014, and I promised a sequel in that first one, which I cancelled in 20 fuck you in 2015. But then decided it would be funny to make it anyway. You really broke that.
Yeah.
I decided it would be funny to make it after all. And so in 2020 I finished the second one 6 years later. And it had like a full original soundtrack, which, you know, was only like 14 minutes, but still, it's more music than I had ever made prior.
Yeah. Well, to segue out of the jump cut,
Yeah, did it really happen?
what happened?
Oh wait, here's what we'll do. We'll think of some new layer to make in between these broken.
Oh my lord.
Like not like just like, you know, another 3. I'll think of something. Warped high face seems pretty.
But yeah, I feel like I have both problems because there are these projects that I just carry on for literal years for no reason. And then there are projects where I'm really enthusiastic about them. I start them, I work on them like fuck for a few days, and then I just lose all motivation.
Yeah,
I feel like this should be a block further out.
Alright, fair enough.
I mean, ultimately, it's really tricky to have motivation for the right things, or to have motivation at all. In my case,
Yeah.
Yeah. I finished something. I posted to my Twitter for the first time in like 3 months.
That I just want to say I already said this, but that fucking Blender thing was sick.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do it without some serious help, but I mean, ultimately, all the design.
You're fucking putting these. You're not inversing these.
Oh, whoops.
I think.
I mean, I didn't think I needed to because they're not really part of one. They're in the middle.
In the middle, wow. Well, I can't believe the flower is being hidden. How rude.
You don't think center pound things should be changed? Is that
Whatever.
it?
As long as
You're
the
okay with centrists as they are?
Are you okay with centrism? I actually, despite my political changes, I do think centrism is still not a bad take.
Yeah, I mean, you're wrong about that, but okay.
No, I think it's better to be centrist
Yes.
than it is to be radical and uninformed.
Radical and uninformed? I mean,
well, yeah. Well, no, I don't think radical is always bad.
The notion that centrism can't be radical is wrong.
I also think centrism can be radical, but I think there's a right way to do centrism.
No, but what I mean is like you're making a dichotomy between radical and centrist, but then also very like centrism is absolutely something that can be radical. That those things aren't like opposing things.
Okay, let me clarify what I mean by
it's radically bad, but like.
Let me clarify what I mean by centrism, because I don't think I'm using the what the general public thinks about centrism. I guess I'm referring to how I viewed centrism, because that was my like political ideology, which was that there's merit to both sides, and
Both sides of what?
The political spectrum.
Yeah, I like racism and non-racism.
I'm talking about.
I know.
Okay, here's what I thought, which is why I have changed. I've become more radical, actually. than previously. But my previous idea was a lot of
That's
things
true of
that are
everyone
heavily
in this
yes.
call, I guarantee.
My my old ideology or my old opinion on a lot of topics was depending on how you look at it, both sides are right and benefit different people in different ways. And then it's entirely it becomes a very, very complicated thing to answer. And these problems become less black and white. I think that there are some things where this doesn't apply to, and there's a very clear right and very clear wrong side. But at least with what I cared about back in the old day,
Oh fuck! I've been using the wrong block. Sorry.
I was more wishy-washy. Like gun control was one that I thought was a lot more complicated than people were treating it. And I don't know, a few other things. I don't know. I mean, there's still like political issues that I find very, very like enticing to think about, and I don't have a strong opinion on yet. But yeah, I don't know. I think the idea of centrism that I had, though, yeah, it was like both sides have merit and should be like considered. And I think that ideology made me a more informed radical when I got out of that ideology, right? That's what I've been trying to say. So for that reason, I like centrism. And that was my thesis. Do you guys disagree? Do you guys have things to say?
I mean,
Wild.
yeah, I obviously disagree.
Well, I think that minorities suck, personally.
I
So
agree.
yeah. And
I think
E5 is just a real big fan of the Holocaust, I heard.
True.
If
I
you
love
could,
it.
yeah, thought so. Yeah,
No, I think
I heard that from the Borderlands playthrough. So, you know, typical positive contribution that had on our lives.
I don't know. I think centrism is the best option for people who are uninformed until they have like I think the centrism that's bad is the lack of pursuit of information and the both sides are right argument. My side was more I'm uninformed, but also when I think about these issues, I can see both sides' arguments. And I really needed to do research on things before I formed stronger opinions.
I guess what I'll say on politics is I'm not exactly like super into them now, but my stance from years past, for the longest time it was just because of my general apathy and the things that I had to deal with in my own life. Just kind of, I guess in a sense that's the same thing as what I was gonna say for the past, like, not the past year, but fucking hell, I'm fucking this up. So I guess I should probably give context on this actually. Maybe it goes without saying, but after I started trying the whole trans thing last December, I've gotten a whole lot less rather apathetic, which I don't know if it's been a good thing necessarily, but you know, whatever. Situationally, I don't know if it's been a good thing. But yeah, so I feel like before it was mostly apathy driving my aversion to political stuff, and then from like December or January of last year, Not like, okay, fucking December of 2020 or January of 2021. All the way up to maybe August or September of last year. During that period, I think it was a lot more so that I just wasn't mentally ready, or I guess capable, or not mentally, but emotionally. Mentally is a whole different thing, fucking hell. I wasn't emotionally ready to do that for various reasons.
Wait, so you just do that, meaning like
Actually,
read about politics and shit like that?
yeah, more or less.
Okay.
Engaging in
I'm
it
just making sure I
whatsoever.
hadn't missed like a that being referred to or something.
Nah. That's about all I'll say on that. It's not difficult remotely to try and think of which way I may have drifted in that time. Because yeah, I'm part of the all right now. It's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Politically, a lot of politics. Moment. Got him.
So then, well, you talked about like how you were a centrist, but see, really, what are you now? What's your political ideology?
I'm very, very left leaning.
Yeah, he's a
for a lot of
liberal.
things.
He's a liberal.
I don't know if that's correct. I think okay, I think in terms of
He's a Democrat.
In terms of like social politics, very, very left. In terms of okay, I don't think it's controversial to say that like gay people deserve the right to marry, deserve death. And in general, I
Controversial to
think
me, they don't deserve shit.
I think law should have very little impact on like what you do with yourself and other like consenting people, right? I feel like that's not a controversial take. Yet for some people that is. I very, very much dislike any value that's built on like religious ideology,
Same.
which is a lot of left stuff. Or left? Why did I say left? That's a lot of right stuff. But I think there are a few things still on the left side I'm not a big fan of. I'm very pro-gun.
I think you'll find that the most vocal opposition to guns is more liberals than
that's something I've had a lot of exposure
socialists,
to.
I think, for the most part. I mean, like, yeah, I favor some gun, but obviously, if I think that we should overthrow our governments in armed revolution, we would need guns for that.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's sort of the standpoint and value that I have as well. There's like the left-leaning gun pro gun ideology. I don't know the words to use, but yeah, no, I agree with that. I think the biggest thing I disagree with is left-leaning ways of approaching change. I think censorship is incredibly harmful.
This is just culture war stuff.
Censorship.
I don't care about that.
Okay, I don't know, but
no fucking clue what that means.
Censorship is like the very popular way of approaching stopping like okay. I don't know, I'm trying to think of vocabulary words to use, but like we all know there are some very bad right-leaning ideologies. And
I'll just put my position on the table, like the topic you're talking about.
Yeah,
I think it would be a good thing if all the Nazis were banned from. I would enjoy that. I think it would be pretty fun and good.
I think that would be effective in the short term and incredibly damaging in the long term. I
don't think so. I don't think it would have much impact either way. Actually, I don't think that. I really don't think that like what you allow, whether or not you censor social media, is actually going to have a massive impact on people's political beliefs.
It
But I also just
already
don't think that.
is.
Okay, so you're saying that when Twitter bans Nazis, what does that what does that do?
Okay, it fuels conspiracy. Okay, I know people personally in my life who the biggest reason they are radical in their incredibly harmful ideologies is because they believe that the censorship of it proves that it is right. Because remember that the people who believe in these stupid things don't have like
Brains?
logic. They don't have logic, and the thing that hooks them in the first place is the idea that they are right, and the reason they are right is because or like a proof that it is correct in their brains is the censorship of these things.
But the thing is that right wingers will always create like a victimhood mentality, whether or not one exists. It doesn't really matter if Twitter's actually censored,
I think
because they will just say they are being censored regardless.
Yes, it's
It's
like
actually,
just flat Earth stuff, right? Like literally
I mean,
nothing's being censored, but
like for example, like just like
I guess
objectively,
I said that wrong. Fuck.
right wingers on YouTube will complain that they are getting demonetized, not because they're expressing political, because of the political views they're expressing. But left wing YouTubers consistently get demonetized as well. So I mean, it doesn't actually matter whether or not they're censored, because they will claim to be regardless. I think you're wrong.
I
I
think
think it would
in
be good if Twitter
general
banned all the Nazis.
I think in general, in a society where we censor, it also gives too much power to the people who have power as well.
I mean,
That's the
I
second.
they
think
have that
I
power.
think
Twitter has the power to censor whether or not they do.
I think that they shouldn't, is what I'm saying.
But like
I
you're talking about
think
giving power, and I'm just saying they have that power.
I think E5 agrees.
But
What? Agrees with what?
That they shouldn't have power.
no,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, no, of course not. But I mean, Twitter
I
does
think they
have that
shouldn't
power.
be exercising that power either, though. And I think that there should be a general social pressure to not use that power. But there's a good quote that I don't think I can do justice in explaining the ideology, but it's like in a free society, it's a good thing overall when you're finding people that you rub up against. And that it's a lot harder to know the truth in a society that censors, because ultimately the people who are deciding what gets censored, they have
Yeah, but I
motives.
mean, like, so okay. Here are some ways I agree that I think actually matter. Unlike, for example, individual Twitter or something. For example, Google search results are pretty consistently like aligned such that, like, let's say I want. Here's an example I saw today. Let's say you Google Maoism. You want to learn about it, right? The very first result from Google is from the Indian government describing Maoism. Now, the Indian government is currently locked in a war with like Maoist insurgents within India called the Naxalites, who I support. But so what you're getting there is an incredibly like right wing, incorrect understanding of Maoism. And to be clear, I'm not a Maoist. I think it's wrong. It's not just me being like, wow, they're censoring specifically my ideology. My point is just that the actual power there
You're
is
fucking
not
killing
in.
a bee.
Yeah, fuck that.
This wasn't even the same bee. It was this one.
No, fuck this one. I want to die. They not die.
I guess they're.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it just takes a bit.
I lost my train of thought. I think what I was
Sorry.
relatively clear.
Yo, these bees are smooching. No, not anymore. What?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's something that I still think about a lot, and I think I'll still develop my ideas more. But I don't know. I interacting with a lot of people who are incredibly alternative, you could say. I'm around those people a lot. I don't know. I feel like I just see a lot of harm in censorship, although it can do really good. And actually, I'm not black and white. I think there are some situations where it should be exercised, but I don't know. I guess this is also something that I'm not too equipped to debate about as well. So
I mean, I'm not either. I don't like I said when we started the censorship. I haven't read nothing about it. It's not like a topic that has much interest to me. So I don't.
yeah,
I
but
haven't developed any arguments to make either. Many arguments to make either.
I'm trying to think of there's an adjacent idea I actually do want to talk about.
This is why you should take notes.
I should have took notes. Ugh. How can I take notes while I'm playing Minecraft?
Tab out to Notepad and quickly type something up and then tap back in.
True. Oh yeah. This is something that is less like political and more just obviously bad. And it's the YouTube and general social media tendency to feed you what you already believe. I feel like that has been the biggest culprit of okay, more so than like not censoring things or like people trying to spread false information. It's the systems that like land those into people's like laps, which I guess would be censorship.
I think it's like less of an issue when the people are crazy stuff. More when they watch some I don't know. So let's say someone watches some like dumb but maybe relatively harmless video or something that's like about social justice warriors or some dumb shit like that, right? And then like the recommended for that will be like, yo, check out these Nazis.
Yeah, except it's even more subtle than that, which makes it scarier. It takes like
well, yeah, because they don't have Nazi in their username.
But it's the general like systems that feed you an idea, and then when you're comfortable with it, feed you one step above that idea. But because it's always one step, you don't know that you're being radicalized.
I mean, I knew I was being radicalized.
I don't know. I guess there's not a whole lot of like.
I don't mean right wing radicalized. To be clear, I've never been right wing. I meant radicalized into a.
Yeah. No. I've been much more radical in my beliefs. I've had a very interesting experience with religion. Where I land now, I have very strong opinions about religion. Although
I used to, I don't really care about it anymore. Not I don't care. I just don't have strong. Like,
yeah,
I think it's incorrect, as in like I'm not religious.
logically, yeah.
But like I don't. I mean, like it kind of all depends what it's used for stuff.
So back to my opinion on censorship in general, like freedom. I think like religion. I think people like. If I was to choose how it was, right, to prevent people like to optimize the amount of happy people in the world, like religion still would have a place. I think that found religion is incredibly healthy. Like people who are at the bottom and have no hope, and then find religion. I think their life as a like whole gets better. But what I absolutely hate is like institutionalized religion or teaching religion to young children.
Fair enough.
And it feeds in incredibly false problem-solving skills, and introduces the idea of using logical leaps, and then that gets applied to things like politics, where children who grew up Christian and were taught this way of thinking are now making decisions on how the world should work, and then we get things like alt-right ideologies. And that, I guess that's my take on religion.
I think it's the opposite way. I think that, well, specifically capitalism makes use of religion to further its ideas. However, religion can be molded to do so. I don't think it's the religion that does it. I think the religion is like the tool, and it doesn't have to be used for that.
I just
Well, hi.
I just got back, and I know what's happening, so I would like to add that please don't reference where that comes from.
Okay. All right. Anywho, my counter to that though is a lot of like alt-right ideologies don't really like benefit the people in power. Some do, but like I don't know. Things like
Yeah, okay, but like
anti-abortion.
the thing about like the thing about alt-right ideology is that it's not like actually a significant amount of people. Like there are more
can
like
name.
neo-Nazis than there are alt-right people.
Is that true?
I'm pretty sure that's true.
I guess
Or just like general people with like relatively normal fascist, like relatively normal. I mean, as far as fascist, not in general. But I mean, I
Damn,
would with
E5 thinks
alt-right being like
fascists are
less
normal.
normal
fascist. So, like,
fascist. No. Hold on, what would you classify as being like alt-right?
well, like the thing is, like I wouldn't nebulous term.
I guess. I guess I'm thinking more of like what's been popular now, which is like sorry about the algorithm butchering this video, but QAnon. Like that's very popular. I know multiple people in real life
What do you mean
who fall
algorithm
into that.
butchering this video? I'm fucking posting this on my alt with 1 subscriber.
Well, now it's gonna not even show up in their subscription feed.
Bruh.
Um,
Holy shit.
I don't know. I feel like that's very popular, and I know a lot of people who sort of fall into that ideology, although they don't classify it or know it as QAnon, but the sort of like anti-vax Trump supporter type person. I feel like all those people are that reason because they were raised religious, not because someone wants somebody to believe those things and then used like religion to mold those ideas in people.
Well, they don't want them to believe those specific things. They just like okay. What's an example I can like describe this? God, I'm too tired to think. I guess just continue if something comes.
Yeah.
Bring it up.
Well, like issues like the right to an abortion or the right to marry, you know, gay marriage, and as well as things like anti-vaccine. I feel like all of those are the side effect of religious people's problem-solving skills. And in general, like lack of logic.
I mean, I think that like okay, just to I guess specifically throw in on anti-vax. That's when I can like that's one I can think of a way to discuss this. Like okay, I feel like the reason many people are anti-vax is not because they're religious or something like that. I think it's more so that okay, like the world we live in is fucked, right? Like capitalism is fucked. And so
Oh yeah.
people recognize this sort of, right? Like people realize that, things aren't good. For example, in the US, right, there's like no universal healthcare. So people are obviously going to be distrustful of the healthcare because
Yeah.
of that. And so without a proper analytical framework to actually understand why things are bad and why, the US health like in what ways the US healthcare system shouldn't be trusted and it is bad and malicious, like, in terms of wanting to gouge people for their money and whatnot, without a proper analytical framework like perhaps Marxism to analyze that, you're gonna just be wrong about a lot of stuff like that. Like you're gonna be like, well, yeah, I can't trust the pharma company because I mean they're right. They shouldn't trust the pharma companies, but that doesn't mean that the vaccines are fake.
I gotta type something.
Yeah.
I don't
wanna
want
mention-
to. I don't want to say this out loud because it's kind of shitting on someone, but
Yeah.
that is like literally just, yeah.
Yeah. I want to say I actually don't know a lot about like socialist or communist ideologies. I just have experience with how bad capitalist ones are.
I could
So
send
it's
you
something
an
I would look
essay.
into. It's something I would.
I mean, I
like
could
to
send you
look
a bunch
into
of
a
stuff
bit
for you.
more. Yeah.
Like Marx's essay, Wage, Labor, and Capital.
From what I've been fed by the people who I live with, who, like I mentioned, are a bit more on the right side. Their perspective, which is not one that I'm taking when looking into the stuff you say, but just one that I'm like thinking about while I'll read it. Actually, no, I'm not gonna say that. Don't
Why?
even agree with it, and I don't want to pretend like I do because I'm uninformed.
Just say what the thing is.
I guess. It's like good on paper, but it's set up in a way that it puts bad people in power.
Okay, I mean, I get. Give me a minute to collect my thoughts. But
Yeah.
I'll explain why it's wrong.
Okay. Like I said, I don't have an opinion on it. I have no opinion because I am completely uninformed.
Okay, I mean, well, I
Please,
guess like the
please, God,
starting
do it
point would be like,
succinctly. I want to talk about other stuff eventually.
yeah, no, I guess just like, okay, here's my question: what's an example of a bad person put in power, like in a communist movement government?
I mean, I am uninformed, so I don't even have accurate names. So you're gonna have to be the one guiding this.
Okay, I mean, all
I
right.
think
So
Hitler was a bad communist.
I'm gonna need to think about that one. Yeah, let's use Hitler.
yeah, that's a good example of a communist. I'm a horseshoe theory subscriber, so I think communism are the same.
Fuck, bruh. It's so stupid.
It's like the dumbest fucking thing.
Whatever.
I don't know why we're talking about
Fuck.
politics. I feel like this is not the place for that.
Because you brought it up.
Well,
I
you
don't
know
know
what?
if it was you. I'm pretty sure it was you, though.
I think it was. I
Because
brought up.
Because I'm pretty sure E5 was content to just wait until later for like a dedicated thing, and then you started bringing stuff up.
Okay,
Now
I think
you're
we can
crying
ditch
about
this. I think we can ditch this. Just like we could talk about it
Alright.
later. But yeah, I just wanted to. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay.
Okay, all right. I guess one sentence answer. Almost everything you've ever heard about a communist government is wrong and Western propaganda.
I
Go into reading
feel like I
anything
can see that.
with that in mind.
Yeah, I feel like I can feel that. Based off of what I've seen. But yeah. I think
Okay, wait, no, actually, just one other thing.
Actually, before you say that, I just want to say you don't have to stop talking about this immediately. It's just I don't want this to be the
Okay.
next like 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah,
I do have
fair enough.
something I
No,
wanna
but
talk
just in regards to like putting bad people in power, like who's a good person that a capitalist country has put in power?
Obama. Are you kidding me? I
True,
love
Obama.
Obama.
Like a non joke answer. At least give me someone who hasn't like bombed multiple countries and civilians, right?
What do you mean? That was hella based of Obama.
Fucking hell.
What he did in Libya alone, it's fucking horrific.
I don't know. I guess like my mom grew up in Romania, communist Romania.
Yeah, Romania was kind of the worst one, the Eastern Bloc, like in terms of the Eastern European.
So in regards to perception of communism, or at the very least dictatorships, because you don't need to tie the idea of dictatorships to these ideologies.
I mean,
But yeah.
what is a dictatorship? Do we not live in a dictatorship of bourgeoisie? Do you or any other working person would ever have any say or influence over what your country does, or are all decisions of any significance made by those who own capital?
So I guess that's what I'm trying to say is by bringing up my mom's example is like ultimately like even like dictatorships where one person's in charge, there's probably also things happening behind the scene too, right?
Yeah. Also,
Things being paid under tables and stuff like that. But like America as a state, or as a not a state, but you know what I'm trying to say, like
I mean, it is a state.
the state of America is what I was trying to say. Like feels better than at least what I've seen from like where my mom grew up, which was communist, right?
When did she leave?
I do not know actually. She left. I don't know actually. She's kind of out of the country pretty early, but she has a lot of relatives who experienced a lot of things firsthand.
Okay, like I don't know enough about communist Romania to, for example, the image that people would have in their minds of, in regards to like what you were saying about one person being in charge. Like, for example, people would probably say, you would probably think that, for example, that applies to like the USSR under Stalin. He was the sole person in charge. He would just make a decision. That would be that, right? Am I correct in thinking that that would be like your
I mean,
understanding of it?
that's
Or
the
like
general public, but I do have a good
like
understanding
I
of
mean,
things
like
happen under tables.
for example, like not just under the table, like for okay, actually I just sent someone a picture of it. Just read or not read from whatever. The CIA, who obviously would have no reason whatsoever to like incorrectly portray the USSR as being good in some way that it was not, right? Can we agree on that?
I guess.
I mean, like the CIA was dedicated to trying to overthrow it. There's no reason they could possibly lie in its favor.
Yeah. Okay.
So I mean, so this is just like from a CIA report. Even in Stalin's time, there was collective. The Western idea of a dictator within the communist setup is exaggerated. Misunderstandings on that subject are caused by a lack of comprehension of the real nature and organization of communist power structure. Stalin, although holding wide powers, was the captain of the team, and it seems obvious that Khrushchev will be the new captain. Khrushchev was the guy who like succeeded Stalin after he died. Yeah, I mean the rest of it more goes into like how this impacts the CIA or whatever in regards to Khrushchev, so it doesn't not really relevant. But the point is that the idea that we have in the West of like communist countries just being run by one person. Stalin was a dictator. There's no collective leadership. People didn't have say. It's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think this kind of goes into what I was going to segue into earlier, but it's less about I guess at a macro scale and not interpersonal scale, because obviously ideology matters if it affects whether you can marry the person you love or not. But in regards to like economics or like country structure, there's one thing that's always true is that there's people with power and there's people without power, and the people with power have a lot of say in whether they keep that power or not, right?
Yeah.
This
Speaking
applies
of
to
which,
all
Stalin
things.
tried to resign 4 times and was not allowed to by the rest of like the equivalent of their parliament or whatever. So that's how much he wanted to hold.
Yeah.
Like his wife died. That was one of the times, and then he was like, "Can I resign?" They were like, "No."
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, this is a discussion point from earlier that or I wrote down earlier that I want to get to, and it's just consumerism, and it makes me really disgusted. And the talking point was the metaverse. I want to talk about the metaverse. This is insane. Like, did you see the thing that Walmart released on how they're like, this is how shopping is going to be with the metaverse?
Oh, there's like the hologram in it, and it looks exactly like a cyberpunk dystopia movie would show with like the fucking hologram advertisement just now.
Hold on, there's a really good reply to that I think captures my thoughts. I could post it, but I'm just gonna read it because the chat can't see it, or the viewers can't see it. But the viewers, all three. but the reply is like, it looks so desolate, it looks so dreary, it looks like everything bad about consumerism with none of the good, no social interaction, no browsing, no choice, you just buy, and that's all there is to do. And I kind of agreed, and also like I love how in the video she tells you what to buy, and I think that that's what really like put me off. She's like, "Oh, you need a new TV. Here's a TV that you can buy. Oh, you actually don't need milk. You have milk at home." It's like you don't have any choice at all in anything, and all you do is live, and your purpose is to get money into the hands of the people who have power. It's like,
I mean,
that's what it felt like.
that's obviously, but like capitalism is why consumerism is a thing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Rather than production being geared towards producing what is needed for the society, production is geared towards whatever can make the most profit. And so by creating a consumer culture and making a bunch of meaningless garbage that people can buy, obviously that's quite good for wealth, but not so good for producing the things that a society needs.
I think another thing that just made me really, really disgusted, it was a whole bunch of unrelated things that come together to paint a really like strange picture. And it's the idea that the human brain is really bad with big numbers. And there's a really great video by Tom Scott that puts into perspective the difference between a million and a billion.
I saw a website that did that pretty well, and also with a trillion, you had to like write or whatever to get to, like, they had like bars representing like a million, a billion,
Yeah.
trillion with like words peppered in at some point, and it was like, you have to scroll forever, obviously, to get to a billion.
Tom Scott specifically was like, that is even an underselling of how big it is, because that uses volume, which is also a really bad thing that the human brain is really bad at. So he was like, the human brain is built to understand things linearly, so he created a linear representation of a million and a billion. And it was he's like, okay, imagine stacking $1 bills like on top of each other and then laying them flat, right? He said the video was like, okay, I'm going to walk the distance of $1 million with like, that being the distance, right? And he walks across like a driveway, or not a driveway. It was like a small parking lot. And it takes him about like 3 minutes to walk across it. And he's like, all right, now I'm going to go the distance of $1 billion. And then he gets in a car, goes on a highway, and then he just keeps driving on this highway at like 60 miles per hour. And he does this, and you're like, how long is he going to do this? And then you look at the video length, and it's 3 hours long.
Oh my god.
And so like, that's the difference between a million and a billion. The difference between a billion and a trillion is like the billion being the parking lot and the trillion being the highway, right? The fact that Jeff Bezos' net worth is almost $1 trillion is like unfathomable.
Like, this is like, Marx basically predicts this in his critique of the political economy, like of capitalism, because what he states is that capitalism seeks to drive and concentrate wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer. So the fact that fewer and fewer people get more and more ridiculous amounts of wealth is it's inherent to capitalism.
I think it's really disgusting, and I think the fact that in the same society one person can own $1 trillion, a nearly unfathomable amount of money, and that there are also many people who can barely afford eating. Like,
well, I mean, also just people who can't
afford. Like I feel like that is what sort of radicalized me, is that realization.
E5, I hope you like my improvisational iron block statue.
I do. I'm a fan.
Big.
Anyways, that's my consumerism talk. I think the metaverse is incredibly scary, and we're watching dystopia unfold in front of us.
I can't believe my podcast has turned into liberal propaganda.
We can shift the topic. I think I talked about everything I wanted to about the metaverse.
Yeah, we can switch to a different topic.
Believe it or not, that's suggesting a topic change was not why I said that.
Oh.
It was just a shit joke.
Well, no, you also just said you didn't want to talk about politics for the next 15
that too.
It's probably been like 15 to 20 minutes, honestly.
No diamond, cringe.
No diamonds allowed.
No diamonds allowed.
No diamonds allowed.
No
If
one
we're
said you
gonna
could talk.
completely shift. Oh. No,
Yeah.
what were you gonna say? You mentioned that you had something to discuss, Emma.
I'm curious what you were gonna say.
Oh,
I'll just say one thing in regards to what you were saying about to eat and homes and what the Soviet Union did not have homelessness.
I'm gonna look into it more outside of the context of this podcast.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what were you saying, Silver?
Oh, I was going to be like, if we want a completely tonally different discussion point, what's your guys' thoughts on how Minecraft looks? That's what I was going to say, because I actually have a lot of discussion points in that discussion point. Like the take that, like, my take is that Minecraft can look a lot prettier than it does, and I think a lot of people's take is, oh, it's like, it's a stylistic choice. And also, I hate realism. I hate like people who try to make Minecraft look as real as possible. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, you mentioned this when you were showing us being like, Soul Torch. I've never seen these before.
Oh yeah, and there's Soul Fire. It's
They
like a
look
blue
cool.
flame.
I didn't know about that.
There's also Soul Lanterns.
Oh fuck.
And Soul Campfires.
This big stack of things here with all. It doesn't matter, right? I can destroy it.
Right? You can just what the fuck?
Yeah, you can float them. A lot of blocks can just be floated.
Stop. Cease.
Stop. Cease.
No. What I mean is, can I destroy all of this shit over after?
Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I don't mean all of it literally. I just meant like.
You can try. You can destroy some of it, but
yeah, I all I meant was I don't. Which I'm from what I can tell, I do not.
Yo, Emma.
What?
What do you think the meaning of life is?
There's no inherent meaning to life. It doesn't matter. However, people's experiences give personal meaning to it, and so things should be based off of that instead of some grander bullshit which doesn't exist.
Pretty good take. This is an interesting discussion point that
the meaning of life, or
no. The thing I'm about
good,
to
because fuck no, it's not.
The meaning of life is a pretty stupid thing, but the origin of the universe is a very, very, very interesting idea to me, personally.
To each their own.
Okay, that's
I was actually going to mention stuff.
You can mention stuff, okay? I've asked you many times.
I'm sorry. I guess first of all, you've been saying stuff about wanting to interact with JJ more, right?
Yeah.
Oh god.
This isn't
the building's on
necessarily.
fire.
So this is Jesus Christ. Wait,
that's right next to the wood.
Yeah, this might actually. Anyway, you were saying that you wanted to interact with JJ more, and while this isn't necessarily JJ itself, I was thinking maybe we actually should do more of these because this is actually going pretty well.
As long as I don't have to set it up.
I think it's been going. I think the opportunity for it to go well is really there, but I think this has been really. Okay, we have a lot of things to talk about, but I think we keep going on tangents and then not actually saying anything, and then we move on to the next, which is not bad. I'm actually having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. This doesn't need to be productive.
Yeah, I mean, no one's watching this. It's not like a podcast meant for something.
True. No, I'm actually having fun, so I'll say it's successful. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm down to do this every few weeks. You are?
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm down. Minecraft.
Again, though, as long as I don't have to set it.
Well, you don't, because that. If we're actually planning on doing more, then that dumb meme isn't in effect. That's not the only thing I've had to talk about. Not like had as in, need, but whatever. I was kind of thinking while I, stepped away. Cool time to yawn. That was barely a yawn. What the fuck? Okay. While I stepped away, for a minute earlier, I thought a bit, and there is something I kind of want to talk about, but I don't want to have it in the uploaded product.
Well, you're already doing 2 splices, so
That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, I want to get back into Minecraft modding. I've tried many times. Maybe this will be the one.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Betsy, what on earth is that?
Is that crossbow?
Oh.
Yeah. I'm trying to shoot a bat.
just punch it.
I don't want to. I want to shoot it.
Okay.
Don't touch my bat. I want to shoot it.
I want to shoot it.
But yeah, so
It's really hard to shoot a bat.
I guess one note I had that I never got to. I don't know if it was like kind of tangentially touched on earlier, but E5, what are your thoughts on F2 FM2 in hindsight?
I haven't seen it in forever. I liked it.
I guess just as a pillar of our relationship rather
Pretty
than
good one.
all right. Any nuance to that, or just yeah?
I think it was a fun time, so it's pretty much.
Fair enough. Same question for you, Silver, but Fortnite funny moments.
I love Fortnite funny moments.
I know for a fact that's not because of its contents, because you probably don't know any of its contents.
I remember we kept on dying in the menu, or the hub area. That was funny. Oh, you're talking about Fortnite funny moments too. Is Fortnite funny moments?
I'm asking you about one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then yeah, no, I like Fortnite funny moments. I vaguely remember everything. I vaguely remember everything perfectly sometimes, and only a part of it.
On Wednesdays?
Yeah, and today isn't a Wednesday.
Yeah, it is Wednesday, but
No, I think it's a large symbol. I think
Wednesday, my dudes.
I think Fortnite funny moments. Why did you say that? Fortnite funny moments is like a staple of our friendship, because we played Fortnite
and had
made
funny moments.
And it had funny moments. Yeah. Yeah. If the podcast is over,
Portal, right?
Wait,
no, it was Fortnite.
Hold on, what did E5 ask?
He said it was
Portal, right?
Yeah,
Portal.
it was Portal 2.
It was actually
It was actually
Portal.
Fortnite. So
it was Fortnite. Get your act together. If podcast is over, I'd like to continue a discussion just with you, Emma.
Okay, I see how it is.
Well,
I would like you to stay, but you want to go smoke a ciggy, so
I'd be down to just continue the
That's not what I want.
podcast
Oh, okay.
even after he leaves.
Oh, okay, I see how it is.
I'm not saying I want you to leave, quite the opposite actually,
No, I
but
would like you to stay.
you are leaving, so
I mean, theoretically, I could just stay in.
I mean, you could, but do you want to?
I don't know. I'll think about it.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna move on to the topic. The topic I want to discuss, which I feel like, or at least I hope you'd have some insight in talking, is about how you personally gauge success for yourself in regards to what you make.
Okay, so you don't mean post-release, you mean like the work itself being a success in terms of what I set out to do?
Yes.
I have no insight on this.
Yeah,
I've never made a work.
because I've been very, very backy and forthy and wishy-washy about how I view my own success, or like what I would want, right?
I guess theoretically, but gauging success is pretty simple. What I want.
Big number equals value,
Hmm.
personal value.
So
That's the
this is less about when I feel a project is done and more about what projects I feel are good, right?
yeah, or that's a correct what. Yeah. I'd say that's about what I'm asking. Although questioning when a project is done is also a good talking point, which we could do after if you want to.
I'd hella be down to do both because I think I have pretty different answers for both.
All right. Well, let me know. I want to hear your answer to the first question though. First.
So yeah. To gauge success, I think it's not like a formula I run in my brain, obviously, but I think it's a mixture between how few glaring issues I see in it, as well as like not glaring issues, but like noticeable mistakes that I feel hinder the experience to some degree. Like it's a cross between how many of those there are and how well I feel the atmosphere, the concept of it holds up despite that. And so, and I guess just like, yeah, that kind of, like, there's also like a portion of it that's just, did I use the tools that I used to do this thing effectively? And so this leads to something like, I think this is a really good, I think this is a really good dichotomy actually. Not whatever, not dichotomy, but example, set of examples, whatever. So Carly Brown, I think, is my best video to date because I took an idea, used fairly simple tools extremely effectively. The few errors that it does have are like super minor. Like I could have put in a circular mask on one shot, which slightly changes how it looks or whatever. There are like 3 of those sorts of things, right? And the atmosphere it has is really strong to me. Only when I view it a certain way. When I just like watch it to watch it, then it's just like, yeah, it's pretty good, I guess. But when I watch it sort of engaging with its purpose, which is like, you know, this is gonna be a real nice gift for Carl, then it's like fucking real good, you know? And so that's like top tier, best thing I've made. On the other hand, something like Pareidolia, right? That's my highest production value highlights thing. I put at least over 100 hours into it. It's really dense. I cut a lot of the fat out. There aren't really mistakes. Well, that's a lie. I think the most obvious one to me right now is that the character introduction slides at the start of each section, I didn't have enough good ideas for those to justify their inclusion in the way that they're in there. But I think the atmosphere of it is weak and inconsistent. I think it's just stale and boring, and the effort that I put into it didn't pay off in the slightest. And I think that's outside of like obligatory fulfillment, which is fucking horrid. That's probably my least favorite highlights video to watch. not accounting for the presence of certain elements. If we do, then Pareidolia and Deltarune Chapter 6 are the least watchable for me, but that's not really due to their quality or entertainment value.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
I guess to use like one of my short stories as an example, the thing I wrote for the jam this month or last month, I guess. Yo, sick. The thing I wrote for the jam, that like I think it starts out strong with like pretty good execution of imagery, but then it really falters in the majority of it, which is just dialogue between two characters. How do you make an N with
Yeah, that doesn't look right.
3 wide?
Oh yeah, maybe we should make them wider.
Well, you can make a lowercase n.
I think at this point I can. Alright, let me try to
I
figure this
I
out.
just fucking did. I think this is a perfectly fine lowercase n.
No, I'm saying I don't think at this
Loser.
uppercase.
Well, you can extend it by 1. But yeah, it really falters in like the dialogue, which I just think is kind of awkward, and most of that's just it was horribly rushed because I wrote like the last quarter that night, but you know, something like that I'm not all that happy with.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, I don't know if I have a story yet that I'm like happy with. Whatever.
Yeah.
I am pretty new
Interesting,
to
yeah.
doing that though.
Yeah.
What's your criteria for that, if you have any?
I've been for a while I was all like I'm making art for myself, and then I realized I'm actually not kind of happy with that. I think people who are happy with that, like, their best case scenarios, right? Like if you can make art for yourself, then that's really good. But I think my drive to make art is the communication of ideas and emotions and other things, and I think that that is two-way for me. So to some degree it's a combination of, am I telling something I want to make, or am I doing something I want to do, and are there people who want to consume it? It's finding a balance between those two. And because of that, I do put a little bit of value in numbers, although I don't really want to be like popular. Like, even some of my friends are at a state where I don't even want to like, you know, like the people I used
Golf
to.
2? I just realized what he's writing. And I approve.
I don't know what he's saying, but like I don't know. I see like there's like a
we should not be working on this together. Sorry.
Golf 2. Can't wait for Golf 2.
But yeah, continue.
Oh, I would love a sweet spot of people who look at and respect what I do, but not to have like a fan base. You know what I mean?
I feel the exact same. I have 1 fan right now. Maybe 0 by the time they see my newest video. Who knows how they are politically, but that one's about being trans. But yeah,
So flag, but I don't think it's really.
I have 1 fan, and it's fucking sick. I wish.
That is awesome.
I'm hoping for like, maybe. I think I would want to cap out at like 50 fans. Just like that's kind of it's kind of the ideal zone, I would say, because
Yeah.
You fucking make him.
I mean, yeah.
Wait, why am I making this black?
I think finding a community and then making that community thrive rather than focusing on growth. Like, I don't know. I feel like at some point a fandom becomes kind of bad for
It
like
does.
my mental health as a creator,
It
right?
does. It always will.
And I feel like if I was to pick an ideal best outcome for me pursuing like the passion of creating, would be not to have a fan base, but to have like a video essay made about the ideas that I tried pursuing. Like I feel like one day having a video essay made about me would be like my perfect vision.
Yeah.
Although I don't want that to come across egotistical, but it's very hard to not
No.
have
I
desire
fully
for the self.
understand.
Yeah, in
I
terms of desire when you're making things, right? Yeah.
In terms of like my short stories, those are solely for me. Like they're incredibly self-serving and just like I put them out there, but I don't care if no one reads it, right? Because it's just like I felt strongly one day that I wanted some like cute fluff or whatever, and so I just made it. But my videos, like I do want people to see those because in cases like I was about to name videos, but you haven't seen any of them, so never mind. But more recently, I've been making things that, okay, I made this one video that's just a showcase of my old SMBX levels. It's like 40 minutes long. It just has
Monkey ball.
no, not Monkey Ball.
What's the X?
Super
I
Mario
guess
Brothers X.
it's a game that exists.
It's like a Mario fan game made by the Terraria dev before Terraria.
I see.
But yeah, so I made that, and like obviously I want people to see that, right? Because it's just like this collection of the stupid, god awful levels I made in like 2013. And again, the video I released today, like I want people to watch that because I don't know. I guess the main reason I want people to watch it is because it's the whole reason I made it is to share this game that really affected me that I played the other day. And the whole like discussing being trans thing is just set up for why that game's good and why I was compelled to share it.
Yeah.
And so, obviously I want people to see that. But even something like these playthrough 3 Borderlands highlights that I'm still working on, that's entirely self-serving because I don't think there's any market for those. Even earlier, like I didn't think fucking E5 cared about it despite being part of the playthrough. Something like that is solely for personal closure. So yeah, I don't know. It's not. It's like I go on these fucking tangents all the time. But yeah, I agree. For the most part, I do want people to see my stuff as well, and having them engage with those ideas in a meaningful and productive way. That's sort of in the same manner that you presented them in the first place would be extremely rewarding.
Yeah. I think there are some ways that I desire, or there's some ways that I view success where it does kind of feel like an ego thing, and I feel like this is something that might be common with artists. But like, okay, I have a list of favorite things. It's a list I like a lot. I think it's on my old computer. I need to move it to my new computer. And I just want somebody somewhere to look at something I make the same way I look at the things that I think are my favorite things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's like not an altruistic desire, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, I want somebody somewhere to feel something. It's I want it to be the thing I made. And like I don't know, it's like a weird thing. It's not one that I feel bad about,
And you
but
shouldn't.
it's just it makes me think about
You
the
should
nature of
feel
the
horrible.
artist. Is what I'm trying to say. Is it like it makes me feel like I feel
There's
like making
too many
art.
fucking leaves in here. Possibly get up.
I don't know. I feel like making art is a very human experience. And
So
I
you're
think,
saying I'm not human? I see.
I think the desire to belong or the desire to have worth through the things that you make is okay, you know.
Yeah.
But regarding
I think
how I've
it's
used,
arguably gets a little not okay if you take it to the point where you believe that you have no worth unless you do that.
that's true.
Like, yeah, but anyway, continue.
I don't know. I think another thing where this is something I mentioned earlier, which you had a response, which I actually have gotten a lot, which is I care deeply about where the universe came from, or I think that there's a lot of insight in that discussion, and I think a lot of people don't feel that way. And I was going to say, my beliefs on where the universe came from does contribute to how I about what I put worth in. But also, with that being said, I think there's also something empowering. If let's say, this is nowhere near my beliefs on where the universe came from. But if it was like, oh, there was a God who created the universe, and this is your purpose, I think there's a lot of power and insight in saying I'm going to ditch that idea and do something that I think is more worthwhile, or I think I can find my own worth in. But I don't know. I think about the origin of the universe a lot. This is where things like continuing the conversation in that direction. This is something I've thought about like my entire life, almost constantly, and I think the answer to where the universe came from is pretty answerable. I think it's sort of guised in the same like realm as religion and
Do you mean answerable as in we have the
I mean
answer
answerable
can be known? Like
I think
it is possible to be known. However, it's not exactly yet.
I think it's very, very reasonable to assume that that science can prove a origin of the universe, and I
Like
think that there are
at some point.
theories. I think there are theories around right now that have a lot of merit.
Yeah, no. I was just like trying to clarify.
Oh yeah.
Like can be known as in now or like just is capable.
I think kind of both. I think that answers that are being entertained or I think of the collection of possibilities being entertained right now, one of the answers is true. And I have a personal belief on which one that is. But I think that comes from a large...
Yeah, God made it.
Yeah, God made it.
Exactly.
If you're interested in knowing...
I made it. By the
if you're
way.
interested in knowing, I would be very interested in sharing. If you have no desire, then I'm not gonna...
Is it like a long thing or?
I was thinking the same thing.
It's
if it's short, if it's relatively.
It's relatively short. Depending on.
I mean, if you can explain it like briefly, yeah, go ahead. I'm not saying like you have like a minute. I'm just saying like as long as
it'd probably take like 10
I'm probably
minutes.
leaving in like 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
It'll probably take like 10 minutes.
10 minutes. I think you said 2.
No. If it would take like 10 minutes to get across like all the ideas that come together. But then if you're not too interested, then I'm not going to share. I'm not interested in sharing if you don't want to know.
Give a small rundown. Like, I want to know like the basic idea.
I think okay. So shoot, the last time I tried to explain it to somebody, it was I was trying to explain it from the perspective of a Christian, but now I'm realizing that I need to change that.
Yeah, you don't really need
So I guess from the get-go, this falls under the assumption that evolution is correct, and normally a part of my
then I disagree.
a part of my explanation was trying to get across an origin of life that was very, very plausible, because that's like I think a common question when I talk to Christians about it is, where did life come from? Science doesn't have an answer, and that's like
Came from the green pool that they showed in the Star Trek origin.
But the origin of life is actually really cool and a different tangent. Okay, so I guess starting after evolution, the origin of the universe. I'm doing a really bad job. Fresh slate. I'm gonna stop moving. I'm so sorry.
It's fine, don't worry.
Oh, okay. So in our universe, are you familiar with some like really, really rudimentary like quantum physics ideas where like time splits every fraction of a second, and or like that a universe splits every fraction of a second? Are you familiar with that idea?
Like many Earths theory?
Kind of. It's that there are like particles moving around right now that are undecisive, where like you can't track them using physics. There's no equations to guide them, right? So the mathematical or the like more scientific explanation is that every single branch of the universe, or every single possible outcome of every single possible particle moving in every way, exists, but we only perceive the most probable one, or technically there's a version of you perceiving every single type, but the chance that that you just a randomly selected one is a very improbable one is very low. So you're just gonna get a very regular universe, right? So think of our universe as every single possible outcome that could start from our Big Bang, right? So you have our universe is comprised of rules like gravity, and you know, like imagine all of like the basic like laws of physics, right? And imagine those as rules in a universe. So from a set of rules, you can have a wide collection of different universes, except it's like a finite amount of universes that come from that rule, right? I guess they're technically infinite, but okay. Shoot. Do you know at the game of chess, there are rules with chess?
Sorry, what's chess?
Okay,
No,
so
yeah.
you know how there's a finite amount of possible plays that you could ever have in chess, right?
Yeah.
Is the idea of what I'm saying is the idea of a combination of possible outcomes from a set of rules, that's not something that needs to be created by like a god, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I feel really bad for explaining this terribly. I feel like I've just went on a long tangent that didn't go anywhere, but I now know where I'm going.
Yeah, well, you've ruined my night and the podcast.
I've
So-
ruined your
and my respect for this.
You could
theory
end
you're
the
about to
pod.
discuss. No matter what you say at this point, even if you link me to an article that proves with no uncertainty that what you're like the theory you're discussing is true, I will never in my life believe it to be the case.
Okay. I remember everything. I remember all the points I was trying to make, and I can communicate them easily now. So I just ask for your attention and we're fresh slating. Okay, so my biggest problem with questioning the origin of the universe is, how can a universe exist without a god? And answering this question is really difficult because I don't believe in a god. And the reason I don't believe in a god is because if your explanation for a universe could only exist with a god, then that same logic would apply to the god. A god can only exist if a god created another god, right? And you get a paradox there. So that explanation is out of the window. So for me, how does a universe come out of nothing, right? I absolutely believe it is possible for a universe to come out of nothing, and this is the explanation I'm going to get to now. So there are things that need to be created, and there are things that don't need to be created. An example of something that does not need to be created is the outcome of a rule set. Is the outcome of a rule set. You create like the rules of chess, like I mentioned earlier, but then let's say the number of possible plays that could come out of that rule set is like predetermined based off of just pure logic, right? You could not possibly conceive of an alternative chess with the same exact rules but a different combination of outcomes. That does not make any sense, right?
Yeah.
So the whole crux of this argument is that consequences of rules do not need to be created. Now, imagine our universe as a collection of rules. Now remember that it's going to get more complicated than this, even if you imagine where this is going, right?
Okay.
Imagine our universe as a collection of rules. You have gravity and all the physics laws, plus...
Well, I don't believe in gravity, but sure, I follow.
Plus, its starting conditions. So from our starting conditions, because of like quantum physics stuff I mentioned earlier, you have a possible set of universes that could play out with a given set of rules. So then you ask, well, where did the set of rules come from? There is a set of rules.
I didn't ask that.
A hypothetical question.
No, I know. I'm just.
If you ask the question, like, what is the set of rules of all possible sets of rules? That is a predetermined thing. There's no possible other set of all possible sets of rules, right?
Yeah.
And in that is the set of all possible universes that could ever exist. So not even just universes with our set of rules and our starting conditions, but also every starting condition and every set of rules, right? Right there, we already have all of the things that, like, so you have a set of rules and starting conditions coming from absolutely nothing. And this is where things kind of get more abstract. Because, okay,
yeah,
so...
abstract is another word for fake in my view.
Starting from nothing, you have all possible universes that could exist and all possible outcomes. So, if that can exist without a god, then my next question is, like, have you ever heard like the term like, oh, the universe is like a simulation?
Yeah.
I think the idea of a simulation, let's say like a set of code that if ran would play out our universe, right? Imagine it's deterministic, right? There's no possible other outcomes, right?
Yeah.
You click on it and it runs exactly the same every time you run it. Do the sentient beings inside of that simulation, does it make a difference to their experience as like a thing that exists, whether the code was actually ever ran or not? But because if it was deterministic, all of the questions and experiences and things that those sentient beings had, like, is determined already before the program is run, right? Would they even know if their program is being run? Because they kind of just exist as this abstract concept, even after they are ran. So my question is, if our universe could be a simulation, would we even know if the simulation is being ran or not? Like, is that something that somebody
by knowing that it's being run, do you mean actually knowing that it's a simulation, or just knowing that our universe is happening?
Well,
like,
in order to be a simulation, you have to like build it and then execute it, right? In a sense.
Yes. But the main question I'm trying to ask is if it's predetermined, which means when you run it, it does the same thing every time. Like, me in this universe questioning whether I'm a simulation, like, is a thing that is already determined to happen. So if it isn't even run, like, me questioning whether it would, like, questioning my own existence would exist, right? Like, in an abstract sort of way.
Yeah, but it wouldn't exist for real, whereas here it does, because it happens.
So my argument is that it's impossible for anything to actually be real, and what we are experiencing right now is the hypothetical outcome of a universe that could exist.
Yeah, it
That's
could exist and does.
But I'm saying that like the idea of something
No
being
fun
real.
E5.
Okay, my argument is that the universe is not real, and our perception of what's right now is we're perceiving something that is not real. Like, it's as real as what we are observing, but the idea of, like, being
But is our definition of real, like, not that? In what other way would you define real?
That's what
No,
I'm
like,
sort of saying, is that, like, we don't exist. We are a hypothetical outcome of a universe, but the idea of that universe being real is, like, not even, like, a concept. Like, it doesn't, that's not something that could exist.
I don't buy it. I think I exist.
Yeah,
So-
he thinks, therefore he is.
Exactly.
So
That's what I'm saying.
debunked.
I think, therefore I am, and I am is a hypothetical outcome of a.
No, I
set of-
don't think it's hypothetical. I'm pretty sure it's.
Anyways, that's my weird and convoluted idea of where the universe came from. Sorry, it was like before I got to my ideas, I was weird and rambling,
That's
but I'm happy
fine.
I found.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's, like, weird, and in my brain I can't find anything wrong with it. Like, I personally
I exist.
I personally believe that like, if you exist within a simulation and the simulation is predetermined, you wouldn't even know if you're being ran or not on
Well,
an
you
actual
would, because
right.
if it wasn't run, you wouldn't know, and therefore, by you having a thought, it has been run, right? I mean, that's my take on it.
I think that it's
So-
it's a little
Therefore,
bit,
you are.
it's a little bit of, like, the like,
the fuck
have you
up.
heard? I have no clue how much E5 is, like, playing or
5?
has actual. What?
Sorry. Never mind.
I don't know how much E5 is playing or actually asking genuine questions, or a bit of both.
I think he's mostly playing, but, like, kind of trying to lead it into a genuine thing.
Yeah. It's a really abstract idea that's really hard to communicate. But it's like the have you ever heard the thing with, like, the cavemen and who could only ever see their shadow? Yeah, I think that's like a lousy explanation as evidence, but as an idea, like, what we have defined as being
Is allegory of the cave. Am I remembering that correctly?
allegory of the cave. Yeah, that's what it is.
But is it Plato's? That's what I was asking.
Oh, I don't know if it's Plato's.
Who
Maybe it
cares?
is. It doesn't matter.
I want to know if I remember my grade 12.
So, like that analogy, I think what we've defined as being real is the experience of being a hypothetical. Like, I think that what we are experiencing now is happening, but
the shadows in those caves still, sure, they're not the things that they are shadows of. They are shadows.
I know, but I'm saying we're more like, I think being a hypothetical is more like being real, and what we've defined as being real is, like, the shadows. That's what the allegory was.
I guess my question on this is what differentiates this, like, hypothetical non-run life simulation from computer code that we write? Because if you write code for, like, you know, a Yoshi AI to be sexy or whatever, then
like, you can tell whether or not it's been run. The Yoshi could even tell whether or not it's been run.
Either you see a sexy Yoshi or you don't.
Once the code starts running, by virtue of it,
But hold on,
within the executed mode, it knows that
hold
it's running.
What like makes this reality or non-reality God, that sounds like a fucking Yik quote. Jesus Christ. What makes this reality or non-reality different
finish it, can you?
from code like that?
So,
Yeah.
The weird thing is that like code that we write within our universe also okay, so in regards to like things being nested into other things, that would be nested into our universe, right? So like you have like code that we write that's sentient, right? Like there's a very obvious difference between sentience that is being run on code and isn't run on code, right? In order for the idea of things not being needed to run on code to exist, you need to like pull back the layers until there's no layers left, and it's like okay, that thing. Okay, so us creating sentient code
I
that we
never
run.
mentioned sentient code, to be clear.
Oh, well,
I
I'm
just
just
meant
trying to say
like
sentient
you
code.
make a program that does 1 + 1 and then spits out the output. Like, if you don't
Okay.
run that, you never get the output. But
Okay,
And therefore, like,
because
a better
you know,
analogy.
enters the state that the
I've got
program
2
can access.
ideas as to what you might be getting at, but I don't necessarily
Okay.
see like how they come to your
If we're using,
conclusion. But I want to
if we're
mention them
using the
anyway.
okay, the calculator example is perfect because I can tell you what I'm trying to communicate using calculators as an analogy, right? If you put 1 + 1 in a calculator and never press enter, 2 doesn't spit out the other side, or right? But the answer 2 has existed before you run the program, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the answer 2, if okay, like maths being purely is an example of something that's purely deterministic. The answer to 1 + 1 equals 2, even if nobody ever puts it in a calculator or even thinks about the question, right?
Mm-hmm. I think I understand what you're saying now.
Yeah, it will always exist, even if it's never being run. So if you imagine it's possible to run a sentient being on a calculator and you never press the enter button, it and all of itself questioning itself whether it's real, like what I'm doing right now, it would still like that
It
would
would result
exist
in that, yeah. But
even if you never pressed enter. So what I'm saying is, if our universe is like an answer to a calculator, would we even know if you press the enter button or not?
so
Because the answer already exists.
let's pivot a little because
Yeah.
the actual simulation isn't being run. But where, like, okay, how do I word this? Because
I've also got a question though. If the simulation is hypothetical, why isn't it being run? I mean, like, what's the basis for that it's not?
Well, the whole thing is that I was trying to find justification for how a universe can exist without a creator. Because to me, the idea of a universe existing with a creator is paradoxical and definitely not the answer, at least from how I see it.
yeah, well, E5's
So-
super religious, so
Orthodox too.
So for me, what I was trying to get at is like imagining okay, yeah. Like if you think of things that need to be created and not be created, like eventually if you keep pulling it back, you'll realize you could have like a string of not existing to something existing, just using things that are like innate, that always exist regardless of whether a god is there or not. And what I'm trying to say is like we don't need a simulator to exist. We exist just because a concept of us could exist. Therefore, we are experiencing the what if outcome. And I think the idea of that computer ever existing is like abstract. Like it's not real.
yeah.
There's no way for that to exist.
I think that's okay, right, Crick? I think that's a good way to approach the simulation thing because it doesn't bring with it the question of how do they have a world where they fucking built the simulation, because it runs into the same problems. But Let me think for a minute.
Okay. While you think, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
recite. From the beginning, there was nothing. From there was a list of every possible thing that could exist. Because that doesn't need to be
Yeah,
created.
and God wrote that list.
No, and that's innate. That's innate. And there's no other combination of lists of things that could exist. That it's impossible to conceive of a different one of those. So there's one, therefore there's no need for a creator. And in that list is our universe.
As
And
an inevitable result.
as a result of a set of rules, and nowhere is there a need for a simulation because the universe is deterministic, and I'm gonna put that in air quotes.
Wait, but if there's a list, right, of all outcomes, right, so they are possible, right? They can happen.
So
I don't understand why you would then think that they don't happen.
So that's where it becomes really abstract, and that's the hard part to communicate. Although I have an answer to that, it's just sort of something that you need to kind of think about. It's there is not a thing that can run any of these, or that's impossible. It's inconceivable. It's only possible for ideas to exist because those don't need a creator.
Yeah, I could not be more opposed to this idea. As a Marxist, I am a materialist rather than an idealist. In the Marxist definition terms, to be clear, not whatever you might think when you think material. But
yeah,
I think this is wrong. That's pretty much my stance.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. It's something I've meditated on for 5 years, and slowly kind of tweaked and turned into to get it where it is now, where I'm really happy with it, where I don't have any questions left. It's a very weird and abstract thing. But personally, I believe that that sentient thought can exist as a concept and feel real.
I was okay. One of the things that I was gonna say, or at least that I was thinking of, I'm pretty sure was that calculator analogy. With 1 + 1 or whatever. But the other, I think, is much more compelling in regards to your theory.
Okay.
Let's say you make a game and you figure out literally everything. You solve bugs purely logically without ever running or compiling it. That game and all that it can be exists, right?
So as long as it's deterministic, because the thing about video games is that you play them and your input does things. But imagine it more as a simulation rather than a game.
Yeah, it's fair. Let's say Conway's Game of Life. It's still a game, I swear.
Okay. Well, that is a game because you put inputs, but okay.
I'm assuming static inputs.
Got it.
But or I guess honestly, you could just say a visual novel, right? Because that's wholly linear. There's no player input except to progress.
Yeah.
Progress text and images, but no, you're by putting those in, you're already creating that sequence in a sense, and the whole thing exists. Especially in visual novel. In the case of visual novels, there's no real gameplay if there aren't any choices. So I guess in a more literal sense, yeah, the entire story literally just exists, even if you don't play the game, because it could still be a novel, right? Anyway, but yeah, I think maybe that's an analogy more conducive to.
To me, though, let's say you could write that visual such that the characters in it have thoughts, then run the game. I don't think they have thoughts.
What?
Okay, let's say you make the game, right? It exists. It's our universe, okay? Right? It's deterministic. It's a visual novel, right?
Yeah.
you make the characters in the game capable of having thoughts, you know, like a person or an animal, whatever.
Like they had like experiences that are equivalent to what we're experiencing right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, sure. But like, you know, they're also determined, whatever, right? Like they're
Yeah.
whatever,
No
you
free
know,
will.
events happen, right? And you know, the events are also deterministic. The outcomes, right?
Some stinky.
But the game and therefore universe might exist, but I don't think until you hit play on the game that the characters within it have thoughts, even though they can.
That's the really kind of abstract and hard thing to think about. For one, so I guess for me, like if there was a universe where it's possible for a thing to exist, then I think that that's an entertainable idea. But the fact that I can't conceive of a universe where something actually exists, like the explanation in my head is the only logical explanation for the experiences I'm experiencing right now is that hypothetical experiences feel real. That's the sort of like justification for why I don't
Wait,
think.
how can that be the only one though? Because to me, a simpler one would be they are real.
But how? Without a
Like,
creator.
I guess the sort of dichotomy you're left with if you assume that things can exist is that either a creator is there, which falls apart, or there was just like no time or anything. There's just no stuff, no time, and then there just was for some reason.
That would not.
Which,
That doesn't make
I
sense.
buy it.
No,
I buy it.
because there's
I'm sorry. To me, it makes more sense than that.
in a scientific sense,
hypothetically
yeah, I buy that
also.
too. But also, if you think about it, like
a set of
it
rules.
doesn't
Like, yeah,
really
no,
make
it's kind of
sense.
wild, but like it makes more sense to me than just being hypothetical. Because I'm sorry, I simply buy that. Like the hypothetical, like the fact that this universe can hypothetically exist is its existence. Because if that was its existence, I wouldn't be having thoughts right now.
Something can't. So think about something existing less as a physical thing and more as an idea and a set of rules that
But
were
okay, but like
from the beginning
okay,
and time needs to be created.
okay, but like ideas don't actually exist. Like in the universe or something, right? They are ideas are of. Like there's material reality, there is ideas, the ideal reality, I guess, right? And ideas are entirely within one's and others' heads. There is no idea that exists without like brains having them.
My question, or okay, another thing is that this the ideology or my not ideology, my theory is also built on the understanding that the universe is nothing. There's no material universe. It's entirely information, and information.
Yeah, and
is
I just have no reason to believe that.
No,
They're
it's a science. It's a scientific fact that the atom is not physical. It's almost like imagine an atom like a binary state in the universe. It's a 1 or a 0 at that exact position, right? That is information. That is not material. Although that goes more into quantum.
It literally is material, right? Like the way that 1 and 0 invade is not through abstract thought, but through the existence of the atom, which obviously physically exists because you cannot make material things out of immaterial things. You can't, you know, I can't make a piece of bread if the
you can't
base
spawn
building.
Yoshi.
Material.
I cannot make a Yoshi in real life without the atoms out that make Yoshi also being material.
Okay, is
Fuck.
a material for you a thing, or okay? So imagine like the position of an atom as being like a 1 or a 0 at a specific point, right? And then it also has rules guiding how that changes, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That is all information. I can put that out on a
maybe
spreadsheet.
I get. Okay, no,
So,
it's information. Okay, I mean, like information and idea are different words, but regardless, it's only information or an idea when you put it on a spreadsheet or think about it or whatever. Before that, it's just a thing that exists.
So my question to you is, if I lay out, okay, if there was a way to compile our universe, all of the information that has ever happened in the universe, right?
Mhm.
As atoms moving around on a spreadsheet, right? Am
Sure.
I right?
Yeah.
And let's say that just imagine it as a sheet of paper with all of that information lying on a table. And then let's say that our universe doesn't exist. It's just this table with information on it. That on the table is you right now, like this conversation, every sentient thought.
Yeah,
does
except I
exist.
wouldn't be experiencing.
So my like what? Okay, so in like what is that being? What is like? I don't understand how that could be any like more real. Like what is? I don't. It. How do I ask this question? What does it mean to be real?
I think like the thing that comes to mind with where E5 isn't following here to me is that there's almost like this barrier to suspension of disbelief, almost where there's an assumption
I mean,
that
it's not. Sorry, it's not that I don't follow. I'm pretty sure I understand.
that's not what I was saying.
I just
Suspension of
disagree
disbelief
with
is not what?
No, I thought you said I thought you started off the sentence where E5
Oh.
doesn't. I'm just saying, like,
Well,
I think I follow. I just disagree.
Still, but yeah. So I think like there's this assumption that an experience, like, I don't know. I guess he can't really let go of the thought that because he is experiencing something, it must be real in a way. Whereas, like,
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it must exist as something other than hypothetical. Be incorrect, but
yeah, but
they are experiences I'm having.
how can
To
you
me,
how can you prove that it can't
well, it's not even
just be
okay.
a hypothetical?
It's not even a proof. To me, it's inconceivable that the universe exists. Like in the same way that it's inconceivable that it doesn't exist. Like I can't comprehend with all of my logic and all of the time I've spent dedicating on this idea that a universe can exist. Like,
well, I mean, tough because it does, right?
I think what we're experiencing is real, but I think that the way that we understand what reality is distorted, and that
okay,
what
but
we're
for
experiencing is very much
the
like
experiencing period, it can't be hypothetical. It could be,
Okay,
you know,
counterpoint right
simulated.
quick.
Yeah.
If this were all just a hypothetical, a set of rules, then Borderlands 2 wouldn't have been made because those rules would have outlawed it. It's fucking terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. The only explanation that I can understand, until somebody presents one that I can,
I don't see like I don't see what would you the assumption that the universe is hypothetical as opposed to real, whatever that means. Like I can't see. I don't see a basis.
Because based on
Okay.
everything that he knows, like
a universe can't be possible.
yeah.
Like, okay,
Because
so for
with-
me,
I mean, that would make me conclude that I just don't know enough.
so for me,
fair.
That's like
To be fair though, this is just like a hypothesis based on what he
Yeah.
knows. It's not.
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
I
like
know.
saying,
Okay.
you know.
No. I'm not saying that as an argument.
I have
Saying that as an argument. The idea that like the universe existing is inconceivable. Like, sure, I can't really conceive of how the universe came to exist. That doesn't like lead me to the belief that it doesn't. It just means like it could, I guess. I mean, I don't really think so, but you know, like what you get what I mean. Sure,
Yeah.
maybe it could not exist, but also like, you know, more likely, I just don't know how it is.
So here's my line, right? You have the collection of possibilities where the universe exists, right? Or like explanations, right? God created it, or it was just always around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have like
something
every
else that we haven't thought of.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, this is all just a Yoshi egg before it hatches.
This is,
by the way, 11:25. I kept saying I was going to go, but then I just kept
Yeah. So here's why I choose to believe this: is you have every theory that's been around and has been thought of, and then my theory that an explanation that explains or the assumption that sentient thought is possible within a hypothetical, right? Which to me feels intuitive. I can understand that. If I can build a theory of where the universe came from, and it's the only theory that I can think of or anyone has thought of that I understand and can comprehend, I feel like it's more likely that that is true than it would be if there were multiple explanations that made sense in it and we had to use science to weed out which one was the correct one.
Okay, but like I don't know. It seems like a nice unfounded assumption that sentient thought can exist within a hypothetical to that theory.
So,
like, based on what?
For me, okay.
Based on what?
Based on what? Okay. So, obviously, part of my
I don't
method,
think so. I don't think sentient thought is possible in a hypothetical. Sounds fake.
So for me, it feels intuitive.
Literally, because it's a hypothetical. So it is.
To me, I can conceive of it. I can make sense of it. I'm not going to try to explain it anymore. I'm just going to state my perspective. I think that it's incredibly valuable for me to continue and talk to different people and see what other people theories are for where the universe came from. So far, I have seen many theories, and only one of them has made sense to me, and it's this one. And that's not evidence, but I think every time I get told a theory and I can punch holes in it, I feel like I'm getting closer to the truth. Although, if one day somebody tells me a theory that doesn't have holes, now that's okay, well, there's two possible outcomes now, or there might be more. And
all I'm saying is that I don't know. I think yours has holes.
No, so. And I think that it's very, very reasonable to because I bet you there are people who feel the same exact way about my theory. Or sorry, there's people who feel the same exact way about their own theory that I feel about my theory, that when I listen to it, it just doesn't make sense, right? So
yeah,
I don't know.
It's fake.
That's why I try really hard to listen, and I try to meditate on a few different theories. But I don't know. I haven't met many people who have solid theories, or not even solid theories, but have theories whatsoever.
I don't know. Wait until people who do science to figure it.
I think that science is actively questioning and entertaining ideas, and I think that.
I think he's gonna be
I understand that.
I
don't know enough to actually. What?
I think he's gonna be dead before science figures that out.
Yeah, it's very speculative.
I don't need to know where the universe came from.
It's very speculative, but at least for me, it's a very solid theory.
It's here now, isn't it?
That I understand, and I guess I haven't been asked a question that made me reconsider. And I try to be very, very aware of psychological tricks like confirmation bias and stuff like that. I try to consider those as well. But I don't know. I feel like in terms of a God created universe, those are very logical holes. It's God created the universe, who created the God? Very, very easy, straight to the point. I think the possibility that you can feel experience as a hypothetical, which to you isn't intuitive, or I guess doesn't make sense.
To me, it makes sense. It's just fake.
To me, it makes sense. That seems like a very plausible outcome for me. The fact that I feel that way makes it a leading theory for me. Anyways, what are your thoughts, Emma?
This might be kind of weird, but I wonder if, because because I can see that whole hypothetical making for experiences anyway sort of thing as well.
Mhm.
And I wonder if this is like some some weird bullshit tied to how we're both kind of artists and we're probably like down to just accept some sort of surreal stuff that doesn't really make that much sense in
Okay,
a way.
maybe.
Yeah, as in artists are idiots. I understand.
Yeah,
Maybe.
basically.
Although, ever since I had this idea, I've continuously thought about it all the time, right? Just all the time. And to me,
Well,
it's
I'm not
not a
saying it's like wrong or whatever.
no, yeah.
I am.
But
Like, I'm at the point where it's not a suspension for me. Like, it makes sense to me.
it's not really suspension for me either. I just mean like
Yeah, the
Or
willingness
for
to
someone
entertain, I guess.
not necessarily, just like the sort of thought processes and such that
Okay.
someone like us has might just make that a much more plausible, like acceptable sort of idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Artists are predisposed to believing fake things. Good
It's a very
hypothesis.
it's a very abstract concept, and
Yeah,
I sort of
abstract, another word for fake.
I think this perspective of the universe is really, really cool, and I think
It was cooler than I expected.
My
the
house is on fire now. Not
It's sort
literally. I'm just really hot.
it's in the same pool as like the multiverse theory, which like to me is a lot more intuitive now. Although, like when you hear the multiverse theory, it's like, okay, well you've explained how a set of rules can come about, but like who created the set of rules? This is sort of just like an extension to the
Wait,
multiverse idea.
why would who created this not apply equally to your theory? It's
The,
still a necessary part.
the big thing I was trying to explain earlier is that there are some things that need to be created and some things that don't.
Yeah, but you said rules don't, right?
Rules don't, but that
Yeah. So then, but then you just said in regard.
no. Oh, no. I misspoke. Rules need to be created, but the consequences of rules don't. But you can create every set of rules through the consequence of a rule. So it's like it's a weird catch-22, and like it kind of works, and it's weird, and I think that like the universe being born because of a catch-22 is really cool to me. I think it's a very interesting interpretation.
That's what I'm talking about. That's some artist talk right there.
The universe was created because of a
Yeah,
catch-22.
I think it's a very interesting interpretation. Like, what does that even mean? It's no interpretation. So, like, the way the universe started or whatever,
it's an
it's like, an
interpretation
objective fact, whatever it is.
I'm saying it's an interpretation of my observations and the questions I think about, right? And obviously I think there's a correct answer. I feel like the correct answer is simpler than something like incomprehensible. Although that's not a provable claim, that's just a gut feeling. I feel like consequences of rules don't need to be created, but yet the consequence of the rule that everything or the rules of every possible consequence, it's like, or every possible set of rules creates every set of rules, and a part of that is our universe, and that's my explanation of where the universe came from. I feel like if somebody like had an acid trip and like experienced this or something and tried to communicate it, and you were like, "Yo, it's like the universe wasn't real, except like every single," and then like, hold on, I'm trying to find.
I've had acid trips. I didn't start believing things.
No, like they were like revealed the solution, and it's like the weirdest, trippiest thing. But anyways, no. I think it's a cool explanation because it's like, okay,
Oh, I broke something.
I gotta go.
Okay, CA5. I would love to
Yeah.
talk to you. Not
Yeah,
about
we'll do it
theory
again in
anymore,
like a couple
but
weeks.
other ideas. Yeah, CA5.
Oh. Wait, what did I replace?
See.
Yeah.
Okay, there's something I'm really, really passionate. I want to talk about a little bit.
Something you really what?
Really want to talk about.
Yeah.
So, to me, if you asked me what life is, I would kind of throw out like the whole like organisms thing. And to me, like when I think of life, I think of like existence, the universe, the processes that happen in it. Like that's what I mean when I say the word life, by the way. Just prefacing it. To me, like the meaning of life, or the sort of like a culmination, is that the word I'm looking for? Culmination, I don't know,
I don't know
of
what you're
life,
trying to say, so
doesn't matter, is everything centers around this method. It's the method that we've defined as evolution, but it's applied to way more things than just organisms evolving. Evolution is societies being built. It's like organisms surviving is the obvious one. Evolution is the structure of atoms. It's entirely this process of things being repeated and then being refined purely through process, right? Not through design. And I like the multiverse theory because that sort of continues the trend. It's just like, oh, where did life come? Evolution. Where did the first particles that the universe came from? At this same process of evolution, which is pretty scientifically true. I've looked into it, and it's actually really cool. And then you have like, how did solar systems come about? Evolution. Or it's like the first planet that had life on it, or let's say a planet that had life on it, Earth. The reason that planet exists is because there was a billion attempts. There's a billion solar systems with a billion different planets, and it's that same process that Earth came about. And then that can be applied to our universe. Where did the universe come from? Well, there's a set of every single possible set of rules, and the vast majority of those rules is pretty much just noise, right? Just nonsense. But in all of the nonsense rules, there's nobody sentient. There's nobody questioning themselves. So it's almost like those universes don't even exist. There's nothing to observe them.
yeah.
So then, a universe where sentient life can observe itself is like an evolution of every universe, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, I like that that idea, and I really like evolution as a concept, and I try to apply it even to my life. What I've been doing lately, like very recently, was I realized I used to look up like how to stay motivated on projects, how to stick with projects, and you can apply the incredibly successful method of evolution to even your personal life. I've realized that a good way to become motivated and stick with projects is attempting many different ways
Until one
of staying
sticks.
motivated until one sticks,
Yeah.
and then knowing to exaggerate it and work on that, right?
Yeah.
So for me, I think that's the most important thing that I think about a lot is that sort of process of evolution. And I just wanted to tangent a little bit about that.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your insights. Anything, any note taking?
I don't
Not just on
really.
this, but also the universe thing.
I don't really have much to say. I don't really have anything to say, like, to extend that conversation about, like, the universe and evolution stuff, but as like, universe and evolution as distinct topics, to be clear, because I know those weren't really the same thing, even if they tied in a little bit. But I think a better way to word what I was saying earlier is that this, in a way, it feels like a reading of media, almost, because you're looking for this like thematic through line and evolution and such. And I don't think that's remotely bad, but in my mind that sort of highlights the probable philosophical difference between you and E5, who's just trying to keep things like as simple as possible by just being like, yeah, this stuff's probably right. Like, Yes.
Um, I mean, I think I think about this a lot. I rarely talk about it because I feel like it's a very uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Naive,
Oh,
naive, and sort of not egotistical. That's not the right word, but naive is right. Assumption to say I have figured out where the universe came from, right?
yeah.
I feel like there's this very strong
I mean,
sort of like everyone has personal theories, but I
I
feel
don't
like,
know about that.
well, not everyone, but a lot of people have personal theories, and ultimately most people's personal theories end at, well, this kind of, there's a few things that I can't explain, but I mean this is good enough for me to establish moral compass, right? That's where most people are.
Yeah.
I've been very, very passionate that my understanding of the universe is like, I don't know why. It's like a personal thing. It's like I exist.
What?
Why would I not want to pursue why I exist? I feel like that's a very,
Did the
very human
server
thing.
just die? What?
I don't know. Did I disconnect or you?
uh, I disconnected. You did too,
Okay,
right?
I'm still on.
Oh, what
So that's why I asked that
on
question.
earth? Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Um.
yeah. What
I,
were you saying?
oh yeah. I've been trying to be very like hard on myself in terms of like not letting things like confirmation bias or um all the other wacky like sociology ideas get in the way, because it's very easy to have an idea that you like and then find ways to make it work.
Mhm.
um but I guess for me is I can't find any other theory that works, right? um
Yeah.
so what I've been doing is holding on to my theory and listening to other people's theories until I have one at equal footing, or not even equal footing, but a theory whatsoever that doesn't have a hole in it. It could be as ridiculous. Like, like, have you ever heard the last Tuesday argument?
What? No.
Um, it's the idea that like the universe could have been born last Tuesday with everyone's memories pre-installed.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
and it's the idea of something that's like
Uh-oh. My internet died.
Tuesday
Uh,
with everyone's memories.
hello? I think my internet died for a second. Well, that doesn't explain why I can't connect to the server. I'm gonna restart the game.
Just
Oh god, it's really dying, huh?
I'm not. By the way, I'm not entertaining this idea as true. It's like it's a.
What the fuck? Why is this dying so? God fucking damn it, dude. I'm mad online. Okay, well, let me try something.
Is your internet?
Yes, Silver, my internet is dying. I know you can't hear me, but you know. Oh, really? Am I doing this again, isn't it? Fuck. Okay, well. Let me. I hate this shit so much. Okay. I don't know if I'll cut this out, I might not. Oh boy. that's a sign, huh? Normally I would have gone to bed like 3 or 4 hours ago. But here I am. Test?
Hello.
Hello. Okay, yeah, it died. Did you get kicked from the server, or?
No. I'm still on it. And also, what happened to your Discord?
My internet
Oh,
totally stopped working.
yeah. The server's still up because that's how Eternos works.
Yeah. I thought so, but when you asked if it was your internet, I thought like maybe you got booted out too. Because
No.
otherwise, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't need to play Minecraft anymore. Unless you want to.
We could. We could
But
continue. I don't know, it's up to you.
I mean, we could just talk to.
I feel like.
But
I don't know. I feel like we should keep playing until, you know. Important to note that we never got around to discussing when we feel a project is done. We only did the like how we gauge how good it is part.
you see, but I started the universe tangent, and I love the universe tangent.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I'm
No,
just saying I don't want to end until we cover the
Okay,
other half of that.
Okay.
Keep talking about
Yeah.
the universe if you have more.
Oh yeah. I was just gonna say, like, regarding the last Tuesday argument, I have no clue how much you heard from that.
I heard the premise. That's it.
So okay,
Like
there's the
last
idea.
Tuesday, it could have just come in with all our memories.
So that's a really important thing that's talked a lot about in like philosophy and like and also in general, like this, like what makes a good argument. The last Tuesday argument's a terrible argument, obviously, because there's no foundation for it. But an important thing about it is that you can't disprove it by nature.
It's like Freud's theories; they're complete bullshit and shouldn't be taken seriously.
So to me, argument like the last Tuesday argument, although the last Tuesday argument doesn't explain much about where the universe came from, just purely in terms of that compared to the universe or the Earth being older, right? Like the universe being old and the universe being new but feeling old, those are two indistinguishable things. I have not found a universe or an explanation for where the universe came from that was even at the level being like undisprovable, right? They all have holes. The only one that I have ever thought of that didn't have holes is this one that I've been entertaining. If I can find one, even as stupid as the last Tuesday argument, right, that would immediately tell me that, oh, I need to rethink this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because the only reason I believe this is because I can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moment something else comes by, then it's going to become more of, okay, well, now things need to be reconsidered. And for as long as there's only one explanation to me, it's going to feel like the correct one. And that's where I stand. And I'm very open to new ideas.
I find it interesting. I guess you had mentioned like this is important to you, yeah?
Yeah.
I find that interesting because I guess personally it's hard to comprehend how that might like be relevant at all, I guess.
So I actually know exactly why it's relevant to me. Okay, so like my modern explanation for why it's relevant is it's like having a good understanding of who I am and where I came from helps me establish one, my moral compass, and two, my what I want to do with my life. Because obviously, if God is real and He created the universe, then I should reconsider my what I'm doing with my life. Although I'd be very upset that is the case. At the very least, I should, you know, reconsider where my ideas are at. But like in terms of what art I kind of want to make, even just as an inspiration, I think applying things like evolution to the art that I create. I've been trying to conceive of a game where like the core mechanic revolves around some sort of like evolution process. I think that could be really interesting. But outside of an art
Age of
perspective,
War.
I do not know what Age of War
It's like an
is.
old Flash game where it's just like, it's shit.
Okay.
Kind of has to do with evolution though.
Also, this is it's a reason I'm studying neural networks is because neural networks is
Your
entirely
evolution?
evolution. Yeah. Using evolution to achieve tasks. I think that's really cool. But personally, the personal reason why I care so much about this is because I was raised Christian, and when you're raised Christian, you're constantly fed this whole atheism makes no sense. How can a universe come out of nothing? And that has not left me at all. That sort of question. So for me to break away from religion and to come out to my parents, I needed an explanation, a rooted belief. And I think ever since I stopped being Christian, I've been digging for a rooted belief. And that's the explanation, is because of the way I was raised. The Christian mentality is you can't live without a rooted belief, and even though I'm not Christian anymore, that has stuck with me.
Oh, that's
and
something.
and I guess my belief is like if atheism is real, there's no God, then there should be a logical explanation. You can't just say, I mean you can, but to me you can't just say, oh, we'll explain it later, but then also say your God isn't real. I should say, if your God isn't real, here's a more valid explanation of where the universe came from, right? I would love that. And for a lot of atheists, that's not the case. For a lot of atheists, it's, well, I know your thing is wrong, but I don't think I'm correct either. And I think that's a good mentality to have. But like, wouldn't it be nice? Just wouldn't it be nice to have a rooted belief that you see is true?
Yeah.
So that's my perspective on, to me, why that's important.
All right. I don't really have anything to add to that.
Right. I mean, I'm curious, do you generally like not really care, even still, just you don't really mind too much?
No, I find like your, I guess, interpretation interesting. Thing with me is that I've literally never seriously considered anything about the origin of the universe and such. Just it hasn't ever crossed my mind, and so I didn't have anything to bring up regarding it.
Yeah.
And I did think it was gonna be some boring shit, but no, I think like there was genuinely thought-provoking stuff there.
I'm glad. I feel like every single time I share this theory, E5 was the first case actually. People understood it and were like, I like this theory. It feels new, and not only like, if this was true, I would be really happy with it. I feel like that would be a really cool existence to exist in. In general, I think a science perspective and an evolution perspective of the world is already really cool. Like, just what we know from evolution, it's really cool. I like it a lot. And the concept that something as complicated as us and Minecraft and you know, the internet and the stupid consumerist world we live in and all of it just sort of came out of nothing and has a logical stepping stone from nothing to the next step. Like, that's really cool and counterintuitive, but I don't know. Cool.
Fair enough.
there's another cool thing that I want to talk about, but I want you to discuss the thing that you wanted to talk about first, because yeah,
I don't have too
the
much to
thing I
talk about
mentioned.
it, but for me, I think this is another thing where I have the issue of kind of being on both ends, where on many projects, I'll just be done whenever I've finished the first draft with some touch-ups, basically. But then on some, I will, I will do the first draft, and then it'll just be endless reiteration for like an absurd amount of time until I just decide like I'm not interested in doing this anymore. I can't force myself to keep going through this and fixing things. And that's only happened like I only think of one instance right now actually, but it has happened, and I don't think that it will have stopped happening. But yeah, more or less for most things, it's just like if I can get out an initial draft, then sick. It's kind of a requirement to touch it up after that because otherwise it's gonna suck ass. But then after the touch ups, usually I just lose interest. Especially for the longer projects like Pareidolia again that took like 100 hours or so. Like I'm not gonna go through that, like scrutinize everything,
Yeah,
take another 25 hours, like, you know. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much else I can say on that. But how's your experience with knowing when you're finished with a project?
I know I'm finished with the project when
You
the 3 days
started?
after I start it and stopped it, it's something worth releasing.
Alright.
That's when I know I'm done.
They're
It's like
like,
I start it, 3 days happen, and then either the thing I chose to do was small and it's done, or it was large and it's not done. And that's how I know.
have you ever had like an outlier, something
Spent more
that you
time on.
like decided naturally, like, yeah, this is done?
Oh, like, okay, the Clay Steve thing. Do you want me to show you the? Okay, there was a first draft of it. I have it.
Yo.
Um, and you'll immediately see like, okay, he was way too hunched over, and the clay shader was different. So like I do multiple passes for things. It was okay. I think the thing was that Steve was a 2-day thing, but I had an extra day and I just polished it, right? Where is it?
Mm-hmm.
I think this was the first
I'm
pass,
gonna be too lazy to put this on screen. Oops.
and I think this is the final pass. Yeah, no, are we still recording?
Yeah.
How much? If you're gonna go in and trim, you can trim out the first like 5 minutes of me unable to explain my theory as well.
Maybe I will.
Kidding. You don't have to cut that out.
Probably won't.
Anyways, you can see the top pass and the bottom pass.
Yeah.
So like I could have released it on the top pass, but I think the bottom pass was at a point where I was happy with it. I absolutely can improve the bottom pass, but I look at it and I go, "This is well done," and then I submit, post it on Twitter.
Fair enough.
I'm not very picky with myself. I'm very confident in my ability to make something I'm happy with. I just never have the time. By time, I mean motivation time to actually finish. But I don't know. I'm silly. My work ethic is silly. I'm funny, man. No, I do think I'm improving. Even if improving just means knowing the size of things to chew off. You know, like if my destiny is to make things that I only make in 3 days, but those things I make are really well done, I don't care. I don't need a long thing. I just want cool things.
That's respectable.
And I think the day where I really know how to pick off projects, which I'm not there yet. Like, if I know how to pick off projects my size, then I could then I would be like the ideal person releasing content every 3 days. Because that's the rate I come up with ideas, right? I think that's my peak self, I think, is coming up with and releasing ideas 3 days at a time, back to back. That's my perfect self. Yeah, which I think is why I like Twitter a lot. I think Twitter is a good format for that. If I could do that with mod making, that would be really cool. But by nature, mods are pretty long. But I feel like if I make a collection of mods that I could realistically make in like 4 days, and then just pump out 1 billion of them, I feel like then I would quickly become like a notable member of the mod making community. Yeah. I realize I've been in so many different communities. It's actually insane when I look back. Like, sometimes I'll message people, or like, okay, not even the other day, or okay, today, I DM'd somebody. I DM'd somebody about like art for mod making, and I was like, "Oh, what are your commission prices? I'll consider you in the future if I finish a project." And I was like, also, I looked at your Twitter and I liked your stuff. And then they were like, wait, you're the Steve Claymation guy. I'm like, wow. And I realized that I've actually heard that a lot, like people saying like, oh, you're this guy. On Reddit, I have been so many guys, I still get DMs saying, are you going to finish this? Are you going to finish that? And I'm like, that's really funny to me. All of them are unfinished. I regularly get DMs about the Mario Splucky project.
Really?
Yep. I get regular DMs about a whole bunch of texture packs for Minecraft I haven't finished. And I think that's really cool. I feel like it's gratifying that people message me about things and want them to be done. I just feel stupid that I can't do any of them. But no. I generally have a pretty positive image of myself, and I know that I'm just fumbling until I, like, you know, you walk before you crawl, or you crawl before you walk, and I'm still crawling.
You walk before you crawl. That's so true.
I think I'm still crawling, and I'm slowly figuring out how to get on my 2 feet, and once I do, I'll be really happy, I think. I'm a general optimist. But I guess that's my thought process on my own creating abilities. Lately I've been noticing my ideas have been becoming better. And I'm really happy about that. I look back at old ideas I was really passionate about, and I'm like, I would feel bad if I spent 3 months working on this.
What's your perspective on the Abyss game now?
It has a few good ideas. I don't think the game as it was in my head there was bad. I think in my head right now is an evolution of a many different game ideas, that where I've picked what works from all, and it's not like a stitch together. They're all very relevant ideas to each other, and I feel like if I really want to make a voxel roguelike game. Like, I really want to make a voxel roguelike game. A first-person Minecraft-like roguelike game would be really fun. I'm almost confident. Like, one where building is not a priority at all, and it's set up from like the beginning that way. And it's entirely about exploration. Like, I've never seen anything like that yet. But I feel like if I could magically make something exist, I would. It's like my idea of a voxel roguelike game. But the Abyss, I don't know. It had a good idea. I evolved that into a different idea, which I don't think you ever ended up seeing, or I'm not seeing, but I don't think you ever talked about. But but it's this core idea of just a roguelike that you where the progression is longer than a single run, in a way that's not like unlocking things like Binding of Isaac. It's more like I think I talked to you about this before. The idea where you can hold on to items between runs. Does that sound familiar? My microphone isn't functioning right now, Epic, but I didn't hear about that. Also, I did have a note on ideal creative projects to consume, but I wasn't actually going to ask. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, you see, this is what I'm talking about. I've like slowly evolved ideas in my brain, and they've become better and better. But this idea is like, imagine a game like Spelunky, although the gameplay is not like 2D. It isn't a 2D side scroller roguelike. It's a different type of roguelike. But imagine if in Spelunky, you could go get an item, and then store it very similar to like whatever the slime's name is in Spelunky 2. Oh, you're back.
Fucking finally. Okay, yeah. Waddler.
Yeah, like
You said
imagine
like
Waddler.
Waddler. Wasn't it that
Mhm.
Waddler? It was either that it like gives you items at the start of the next run, or it like lets you go back.
It lets it lets you have items at the start of the next run, and then that was like the core mechanic of the entire game, and the entire like point of the game would be, I'm gonna do this run to get this item, and that's like a key to a new type of run that you would do next, and you could chain these together.
Yeah.
And I had built several different mechanics around this mechanic, and they were all really good. And I really want to revisit that idea, just the core idea of a roguelike where the previous run determines what your next run is like. But at any moment, like, you haven't unlocked anything that a new person would go into.
Yeah.
I would want the game to feel more like Don't Starve, where a run could last multiple days if you wanted it to, or even a month, or you could keep
Yeah.
it continual. And then when you die, it's not like, oh, I've lost a bunch of progress. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go pursue a different path now.
I kind of highly dislike the Isaac method of just
Unlocking.
yeah,
Me
because
too.
the game's just bland and shit until you do a bunch of arbitrary stuff, and then it opens up, and it's just like, and Isaac is like so fucking awful for that too.
Mm-hmm.
It actually just takes hundreds of hours to unlock things. It's
Yeah.
unacceptable in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I can understand
I
something
really
like
don't like it.
something like Godhead, sure, but they really didn't need to make everything, every single fucking like boss kill, every ending with every character. Now double that with the tainted characters. Like, they didn't all need unlocks, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's just so bloated.
Yeah. I really don't like Binding of Isaac, and my idea was sort of an evolution of playing Binding of Isaac for myself. And I was like, I feel like I like the idea of it not being the same every time you play, but also don't like the way it's executed here.
Yeah. I think the issue with Isaac is just like, if you buy Rebirth, Afterbirth Plus, and Repentance, you're gonna be playing for like a couple hundred hours before you really encounter anything new.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there'll be snippets of like the mines, maybe you'll get there. But you're just not able to engage in the vast majority of its content until you go through the fucking slog of unlocking everything prior.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not fun. Especially like the way you're forced to play greed mode like a million times to fill up that donation machine, and it has a chance to jam. I don't know if it still does that, but that's, again, unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a lot of little ideas that come together and are all thematically relevant, but I like them all independently. I had an idea where like once you beat the game's progression, you would unlock like a like an officially made randomizer for the game.
Oh.
And the idea is that like, okay, like the end game in the community is like this randomizer version of the game is basically like the game, like, you know, like 5 years after the fact that the game is done, right? So you can design it intentionally to sort of last that long, and then you can sort of design the base game to be a lot more unique and guided. But the other thing is that I wanted it so that like every single randomation or like randomizer would be tied to a seed, right?
Mhm.
But the seed was generated in a way where you can design the randomizer from a menu where you're like, okay, well, I want this to be there, this to be there.
Oh,
Except
so
then
like an old password system to generate the seed.
exactly. And then what you could do is then send that to other people, and then they could play
That's
your
cool.
randomized version of the game.
I
And
think
it would keep a global track of every single randomized one. Or like it would basically, that would be a scoreboard, and you could see the completions of everyone's else.
that's really
And
cool.
yeah, and then you could like have like community wide, like you could be like, oh, this person beat like the Sashival challenge. And it would be public record. I liked that idea a lot, and like
Yeah,
that
me
combined
too.
with I like that idea. And then I had a different idea of I sort of like the Eden streak. Is it Eden that where you do streaks? Who's the game you do? Who's the one you do streaks with in Binding of Isaac? It's Eden, right?
I don't know. There's a global streak counter.
I
And
guess.
if people do it with a particular character, I don't know. I need to turn down my
Um,
mic because apparently it's too loud now. It's fine now. Okay. Anyway.
yeah, like with Eden, you know how like people like streaking Eden because he's random, right? Or I guess Eden streaking specifically, not just streaking.
Sure.
Like making that a core mechanic. And I also I wanted to make it so that like similar to how you can bring items between playthroughs, like there's like two types of scores, I guess. You have like the score of an individual run. Oh yeah, I remember how it was now. Your individual runs are scored kind of like Splunky, where there's like a currency, and then at the end, that run's score is dumped into a global score for your streak. So you could run like a streak score run. Um,
Mm.
I'm trying to remember other things. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I had a lot of little ideas. I also like the idea of an open source roguelike where this is a completely unrelated idea, by the way. Where I create a base game, like imagine like just pure Splunky's formula, but then you make it ridiculously easy to add areas, decide where they go, add items to the pools and stuff like that, and stuff like that, and then have like its customizability and the ability to just upload levels and stuff and have it all be compatible really easily and compile like mod packs, right? A very moddable game by design. And have that be a game which funnily enough, like by design, I don't need to do too much. All I need to do is make a very, very, very basic foundation, and then the community creates the game.
Mhm.
I like that idea a lot, and that's also one worth entertaining.
So we're coming up on 5 hours of recording.
Oh, I forgot we're still recording. I'm not even thinking about
No, that's
the
fine.
podcast anymore. Shoot, now all my great ideas are out in the public,
Oh
and
no.
people are gonna steal them.
I'm more so
Your
thinking about how
unsubscribe.
tired I am.
Okay.
Like, you know, however many hours after I normally go to bed.
Oh, okay.
Not that that's like a problem. I'm just saying, like, yeah, we should probably stop soon. But before then, I want to say with that randomizer idea, that's I think that's even cooler because like you would kind of you would have to do like scouting runs almost to figure out like which progression items are held where, and then you would
Mhm.
have to like route out how to like which sequence you go through to like actually make that progress.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. That's cool.
I think also, like, I would want the thing to be set up in a way where, like, the looping progression where you need to do it more than once to win. I think like that within the randomizer has a lot of cool opportunities
Yeah,
for
exactly.
where the community will find new ways to use already existing items, as like core parts of the progression.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I really just want to like incredibly exaggerate the core mechanic in every way possible. Like in like the jungle, you know how you can like matic through the leaves and stuff.
Mhm.
Like, or even like design like a lush area where like if you bring like a fire item there, like it completely changes the context of the entire area. And like a fire thing is not even possible to bring there in the first run.
Oh, that's cool.
That's what I'm saying. Like completely exaggerating yeah, exaggerating is the word I'm looking for. Finding ways to put the idea in different contexts and
God,
stuff.
I don't know how this could be like designed to actually work, but imagine if like the jungle is, step 2 of this multi-run progression.
Mm-hmm.
And then you only get a fire item on like step 3, but on step 3 you can't go back to the jungle. So this whole lush transformation thing is exclusive to like randomizers that happen to allow it.
Oh, so like that, yeah, so like it's not even in the base game.
Yeah.
Like adding interactions between things in the base game that would never happen, just for the randomizer and for people to find.
Mhm.
I think that's worth a lot. Although I don't want to limit area by steps, but maybe like by design,
Yeah, but
you
just
can
as like
gate
a
the jungle. Like, oh, maybe you need to bring a key in from another run to a jungle, but like the way you get the key and the way you get the fire are in two different routes, so it's feasibly impossible to do both in one run, or
yeah,
to do both in the run before, right?
yeah.
Um, yeah, I think there's a lot of ideas. I feel like in a game like that, I really want to put in a little bit of lore and story in that. And I know Undertale has already done NPCs that know the game is resetting, but it's just so fitting and it would be effective, so I would do it again for this, right? Find new ways to twist the idea, but like NPCs that can see between runs just like you. Yeah. The hardest part about this is I really like the gameplay and the mechanics, but it's very hard to design a world and story to make this make sense. Like, why are you going through a world again? And when you go back, everything's back to how it was, and also it's random and stuff like that. You have to conceive of a world, and it needs. I want it to be
Just say
clever.
it's the curse of Bolmec,
It's
new
the curse
original
of Bolna.
character.
I think, like to some degree, it would not need to. You don't need to complicate and explain everything as long as it's not blaringly wrong to the people who play it. It's the sort of like oh man, there's a really good video that talked about good storytelling and how you're allowed to do things that are wrong so long as they're not perceived as wrong. It's a very Japanese idea. It's like, well, yeah, I can draw these eyes bigger. It's technically wrong, but it's perceived correct, so I don't care. Or like, nobody ever questions why a thwomp floats. They didn't need to explain that in Mario. You don't need to explain things always, but I feel like if it's going to be like the core thing, even if it's not like incredibly well thought out, I would like the main idea to be a little clever. Just a little. Even like Enter the Gungeon is incredibly surface level and doesn't explain much, but like the core idea of the game is get a gun that shoots the past. It's like, that's clever. I like that. I want something like that.
All right.
Anyways, yeah,
I think that's a good spot to stop.
good. Yeah.
Just broke your parkour, idiot. Okay, I'm down.
Loser.
I'm not dead. All right.
Anyways,
I'm
I want to try
filming.
something actually before you leave. I want to experiment.
Okay, I'm filming this hole, by the way.
Okay. Controls, mouse settings, keybinds.
Oh no, are you? Oh no, you're doing the fucking
I've never tried this before.
the place/interact thing. What are you doing with it?
Let's see how it works.
Oh.
This is good.
Oh no.
Hold on. Shoot. Let me try again.
Wait. Hold on. I need to test this now. Does it work with like this?
Anything on your keyboard.
Yeah, it has to be on your keyboard. Cringe.
The thing is, you can't be pushing any other buttons for it to work, so you can only dig straight down. You can't like run around and do mass carnage.
Yeah, but what if you were to like?
Never mind. You can move your mouse. That doesn't count as an input.
I want to know if it's fast enough that it like breaks all the blocks while you're falling.
It does.
It does.
That's what I just did.
Oh fuck. Hold on. I need to test this, but not like garbage. Jesus. Looks like there's been a bunch of TNT here.
I can do 2 at the same time.
It doesn't break everything, it just breaks a good amount. It's every like second or third block for the most part. Okay, let's stop doing this.
Okay. I think it's funny though.
I will patch up this hole.
Hole has been patched. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for letting me entertain a little idea. That was my idea, and I think it has a lot of merit, and I want to work on it if I ever have the time. I think I'll wait before I make another game until like after I'm done with my computer science degree. But yeah, I want to develop all my other skills until I graduate.
Fair enough. With that, let's,
Good night. I enjoy talking.
Yeah, me too. And thanks
what
to
time is it for
the
you?
millions of viewers for watching.